Ok, probando el español, estamos aquí probando para ver cómo nos va con nuestra maravillosa voz. Y ahora sí, finalmente pude driblar un poquito ahí, gambetear a los meseros, me robé un cafecito y entonces ahora sí la situación ya va mejorando, pues. Y veo que usted está también tranquilo, parece que me oye, entonces parece que en español vamos bien. Ojalá sea igual siempre hasta el fondo también de la sala, porque si bien es cierto que no sabemos si hoy viene el ministro López, pero si viene sería bueno que la vaina funcionara, porque parece que él ayer se dio cuenta de que no íbamos de maravilla. Lo bueno es que él no sabe que hubo 9 cagadas. Entonces, entonces estamos todavía más o menos, pues. Ahí usted me avisa si vamos en otros idiomas, otro micrófono, siempre a la orden. Y estamos oyendo muy bien. We're hearing very well. We're here, yes, perfect. Sí,
Русский.
no, ahora no, solo oigo. No, ahorita no. ¿Eh? Ahora sí, sí, a ella, ahora sí. No, pero estoy, o sea, lo habla.
Русский язык, русский язык, русский язык, русский язык,
Sí, la oigo. Sí, sí, sí.
русский язык.
Ahora oigo a él
Раз, два, три.
también. Decirle que hable. Hable.
Русский язык,
Sí,
русский язык,
sí.
русский язык, русский язык, русский язык,
También.
русский язык, русский. Русский язык, русский язык, русский язык. Русский язык, русский язык. Раз, два, три, раз, два, три, раз, два, три, раз, два, три, раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, раз, два, раз, два, три, 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 раз, два.
No, ahorita no, pero decirle que hable. No, luego a ella. Sí. La oigo bien. Sí. O sea, todavía no. Todavía. Ay, ella también, sí, a ella, a ella. Sí, 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 yo sé. Yo lo oigo. Hmm. Oh, sí, 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 muy bien.
Play it, please.
Ahí está el ruido. ¿Tiene ruido?
Ah, sí, también.
Eso no es mío, no te ese ruido. ¿Eh? Sí, estaba bien ahí. Está con ese ruido.
Sí, 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 estaba bien. Sí, que también son como cinco o seis más. Uno toca, el otro toca, el uno se va, el otro toca.
Ah, bueno.
Es un relajo total.
Está difícil. Está bien. Después paso.
Come in, good sir.
So,
Muy maestro. Eh,
Saludos, mi cariño, mi Rafael.
what? And great sigh of relief to be with a rational male.
I understand.
It was a fucking scandal yesterday, man.
What happened yesterday? Tell me.
Well, Alina went, it was not del otro mundo. And then,
Pasó, man? ¿Cómo vamos?
vamos a lo original primero.
sí, ahora está horrible. Then, so it was her turn, but it was like no big deal. And I was talking, and suddenly
What's up?
las fendas.
We're three, right?
Yeah.
Sweet.
This guy called Franco.
Yeah, Franco, I would.
Is he okay? Shall we mostly do it ourselves?
No.
He can do it.
He can do it. I only had one negative experience, but
This is fairly technical stuff. So, hay cosas que son like hay tres estudiantes en Rusia, like the other day.
no.
If there's any way to leave him the more suave,
I think this is going to be very soft. What fucks up with me always is the opening words and the thing that they have already prepared. They fucking read it.
yeah.
You don't know what. That's fucked up with me.
Sí. Pero no se preocupe, I'll get started. So let me tell you the chisme. Entonces se puso a regañar, a gritar contra Alina. Not gritar like the volumen, because obviously you can't be. Pero la regañó como si fuera una hija de 5 años. ¿A dónde estaba usted? Usted sabe perfectamente bien que tiene que estar aquí. David ya está hablando desde 17 minutos. Wasn't a big deal. And la mujer se puso, Alina tiene su aspecto encachimbado, she's not.
She can be encouraged.
Se puso roja, estaba And then she wouldn't speak to Svenja for the rest of the day. No, it was fucked up. It was really, I'm not joking. I'm glad it's you and Franco because yesterday was unpleasant. A mí no me gusta unpleasantness. Yo en eso puedo ser un viejo refugión, pero es todo en broma, es todo tranquilo. I don't fight with people, I don't argue with people.
Yeah,
So it's absurd.
that Svenja tends to do.
But Svenja tends to do that. Sí, es bien agresivo.
Yeah.
A veces pelea conmigo también.
It should be. I mean, or what you're saying, she was right. I mean,
No. She was right. Alina was not here. She was supposed to be like sitting there, like as we will do today. Like we can't have three people in the booth. Alguien tiene, entonces el que no está se pone cerca para que sea visible y uno hace seña, blah blah blah. It's true. She was right. Alina wasn't here. But you can't treat a colleague like that. Y ahí, siendo parcialmente alemán también, I have to say, this is very German. Es muy alemán, eso de regañón, eso de si no estás, but it's not propaganda de Hollywood.
no, I understand. It's part of the culture.
But it is part of the culture. If things aren't going well,
It's a little hostile.
and it's not, the other interesting thing is, it's not really taking that seriously. Like, si un alemán regaña a otro alemán, después de la regañada, siguen como si nada.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, pero en la cultura nica, you
think
cannot insult una hispana, pues.
No, of course.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Portuguese and Spanish people don't like that, It's not how we deal with each other.
Yeah. But I think I've mentioned this before to you. And if not, this is a good moment
To do so, yeah.
to do so. I visited Germany one time, and also Austria. Something that struck me in the public area was the I don't know if it's a traffic stop or just a traffic sign or a park. There's something in a park or something.
Yeah.
There's a word
Uh-huh.
in fucking German that I
Right.
don't know what the fuck it is.
All right.
But it's like
It says stop or go or something.
something like that.
Yeah.
But it has word with an exclamation mark.
Right. Yeah. Uh-huh. Like press out of some.
So this is like, I mean, it's like, wow.
Ya, eso me trae una anécdota que nunca me olvidé. Yo que hablo básicamente perfecto alemán, esa conversación, like with Svenja, we speak German y todo.
Yeah.
Solo 10 días en Alemania. Y en esos 10 días, un domingo, Königsallee, la avenida del Rey en Düsseldorf, abandonada. Y al otro lado, la luz estaba.
Oh, no entiendo.
I'm not giving you enough context. Me and an American friend were in Germany.
And then
on a Sunday afternoon with no traffic. And so we're standing there and there's no cars either way. The light on the other said something like stop with an exclamation point. Yeah? Y él era barbudo, pelo hasta aquí, mi pelo también era. Y empezamos a caminar. Y yo oigo detrás, por supuesto en alemán, un burgués, así un hombre, de 55 años, no sé, 25 en aquel tiempo. Y él dice a su mujer, come, Martha, we go according to the rules. Y lo dijo alto para que, aún sabiendo que nosotros, yo no sabía que era alemán, diciendo básicamente a su mujer, mire esos idiotas jóvenes turistas gringos, que vienen a Alemania y no respetan las reglas.
Well, that was one thing, the traffic thing. And then the other thing, the traffic stopper sign, whatever, with the exclamation mark. I said, wow, man.
Yeah,
You do need a fucking regaña to call out like the thing. Yeah, and then the other thing was starting a buffet. I felt that was the only moment that I felt a little bit of racism. I thought that it could be racism.
Uh-huh.
Thought, but in ningún otro moment. There was.
Well, you're a little bit white, for racism.
No, but clearly not white. Not the German white.
Yeah, you're not blonde or blue-eyed.
Yeah, I'm not German like.
Yo sé.
either or.
Ellos pensaban ser español o something.
Maybe, I don't know. But the thing is, it was buffet time for breakfast. And it was like at 7. Like buffet starts to cover like 7 or 6, I don't know.
Buenos días.
Specific, buenos días. So it was like 6:58. Everything, I went there, I saw everything was laid. Oh, I mean, perfectly. It's like 6:58. I go in, I grab a plate, and I'm almost starting
Yeah.
to serve myself because it's
Sí, sí, era un buffet. Sí, sí, sí.
somebody comes out of the kitchen. Oh. No. It's not. No es la hora. Sálgase. No. Be quiet.
Right. Yeah.
So,
And then you wait 2 minutes.
yeah,
Then you could get in.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I said, well,
Eso en alemán se llama Ordnung, order. They're really big on order. There must be order.
yeah.
And if they disorder, they get really upset. Yeah, but that led them into 2 world wars. Eso de, venga Marta, nosotros caminamos según las reglas. Eso de seguir las reglas, seguir la autoridad, obedecer órdenes.
Fountain of honor, right?
Sí, pero hasta
Which is good, but
in a way,
a little bit too much.
right? It's too much. And if somebody comes along like Hitler, then you follow him because that's the order. He's the authority. I may disagree with him, but he's the authority.
Yeah.
Y aquí en este país se siguen las autoridades,
Yeah.
etcétera. So has its downside. Y el gran Goethe, que es Shakespeare alemán, tiene una frase que nunca le perdoné. Where he says,
Shakespeare in Alemán.
no, but he's the German Shakespeare. Goethe,
Oh.
in case you never heard of him. Good.
Yeah.
Anyway, great poet, playwright, thinker,
Yeah.
one of the most brilliant minds that ever lived.
I know him. I'm not a huge follower, but I know.
Right. Okay. Y él tiene una frase, para mí, imperdonable, que dice, something to the effect of, preferiría una injusticia que el desorden. Because he was terrified by the French Revolution. ¿Ya? Entonces prefiere que el mundo sea injusto, que el pobre sufra,
Que la revolución.
que alguien alguien cause desorden, right? Like a revolution.
Sí.
Yeah. No, pero
La injusticia de la revolución.
sí. Y eso es muy alemán. They understand it's unfair, it's unjust, it's bad, yes, but
It's order.
it's order. Must be. Entonces, ¿cómo aquí va fuera de orden? Fue regañado. Entonces la alemana, no, tú no. She was sitting there, and Alina was standing in the door, being yelled at. I was like that, and then I was going like, Sveta couldn't see me because she was turned this way, yelling, and so I was going, making señas. They don't, tranquila, don't take it seriously.
Don't worry.
Yeah. And then
While you're still interpreting.
No, I wasn't. No, estábamos ni trabajando en aquel momento. For some reason, no, we weren't. Yeah, maybe I was interpreting, actually. Yeah, I was interpreting. But I was haciendo señas. Yes,
Managing
and managing the situation. And then I had a chance. And then that was the whole point. That Alina, the reason the woman was freaking out because Alina was here. So then I got up, and then on the west side, Saboka or something like showing her that I was on her side because I am. I mean, it was reasonable. And after después sí yo le dije a la señora, no, yo le dije así, ¿cómo no? Si ella estaba completamente fuera del lugar. No vino, dice que estaba en el baño, yo fui al baño, no estaba en el baño. Está mintiendo. It's like that. No, it was really petty bullshit.
That's what you have to eat. So.
Pero este es agradable. Y no me gusta. Es una perspectiva, ¿no? Y mínimo, y menos todavía, no es una gran cuestión de principio, no es importante. Entonces, ¿para qué arruinar? Básicamente arruinó el día.
No,
After that, Alina wouldn't speak.
and not only that, I'm sure that now, from now on,
From now on, Alina would make a point. Yeah, Mark. Oh yeah, well, she already said that. Yeah, okay, anyway, wait a minute. Let's talk about more important things. Oh, what about Hermana?
she's doing fine.
She's doing fine. She's está Gringolandia.
Sí,
Pero está como una ONG, ¿no?
sí, está como uno que is still making the same mistakes as always, from my perspective.
Meaning what? She doesn't shut up.
Um,
You think she? Or,
No.
What do you mean? Like she continues irritating the government?
no, she's no,
No, digo así a nivel de Facebook, pues de.
no. If somebody agrees with her, she always obviously does the same things, but not referring to that. It's like uh, well, para mí el tema, o sea, yo no apoyo pues en cosas de que, bueno, how things should be and everything, it's, that's fine. Pero no medir no medir, hay un grado de sabiduría que para mí a los líderes tienen que tener. Y la sabiduría implica el saber hasta dónde vos puedes llegar y el saber la correlación que tenés después
De fuerza,
para
sí.
poder stand up and speak shit and do things que te ponen en riesgo.
Sí, claro.
Entonces, esa medición,
Me falta.
no, así, no.
Y entonces, no, exacto.
¿Escuchaste? La,
No,
No. No. Sí, pero yo no la oigo. Sí. Decirle a Juan. Sí,
Ah, lo escuchamos. Ahorita vamos a empezar al inglés. Vamos a empezar al inglés. Vamos a empezar al inglés.
sí, por supuesto, pero
I'd like to welcome the second Pharmaceutical Congress, Rusia-Nicaragua.
No. The third panel, strengthening human talent for future challenges. We will hear first from Dr. Elena Kazakova, adjunct director of the St. Petersburg Institute of Vaccine and Serums. So she will be addressing us on the topic of integration of three systems: human resources, education, and employer. I give you Dr. Kazakova, who will be introducing also the members of this panel. Greetings and good morning to all. For the employers, the main task is not only to keep the staff, but to attract effective persons with a high potential and who really want to work. And today we are going to be talking about the strengthening of human talent for future challenges. And we are going to talk about the platform on which human talent is based on or experience with our colleagues from universities in Nicaragua. And we will be hearing from colleagues from Russian universities, Nicaraguan universities. So let us now we'll try to show you how our system of human talent creation and strengthening has been established, and also how we work then on education and work with employers. At each of these congresses, we are showing that this really works, and that the universities, when they're educating staff, they are geared to and thinking of the employer, because the employer always has benchmarks regarding where to go, whom to deal with, whom to trust, and of course there's a lot of integration in the pharmaceutical industry, and that is what leads to transformation. We are requiring experts to promote the health of the population, and those who are going to make the product that ensures the public health system continues apace. So what have we achieved? So we have increased the number of Nicaraguan students. Then 17. 8 are already getting ready as we speak to go study in Russia starting next year. And the Menshikov Institutes has graduates, 7 students who are currently in Russia, and some that have already come back, and they are, shall we say, the ambassadors, really, who have come back from Russia and are now ambassadors of our program in Nicaragua. As you can see, the activities that allowed us, together with the universities, to structure a dialogue, exchange knowledge, and this was done mostly online, and something that the students could then hear not only the lectures but also interact, ask questions, and thus acquire knowledge. It was a very intensive course, and essentially they were talking about, for example, animal care facilities, and there was also a course on how the product is developed and how it is then becomes, from idea to vial, and the vial is finally approved and allowed then to be used by people in society. And we chose in the end the best of the best that went through all the training at the Menshikov Institute in August and September to receive them in Russia. They've already been distributed among the various universities, and these are the 8 students that I was telling you about before that will be studying in Russia shortly. And we will see a little bit further on. In the year 2025, in 2024, we also had 2 online conferences with experts from the St. Petersburg Institute of Scientific Research. They shared their knowledge, the questions, answers. There were a lot of questions, and so it was very interesting. And they then expanded the horizons and the knowledge that they expect students to know. In fact, when they come from Nicaragua to the Russian universities, the geography of the universities where we structure this, and where the Nicaraguan students went in Russia, are 5 Russian universities. This has grown from Moscow to Siberia. 3 persons are in St. Petersburg at the Chemical Farmaceutical University. 1 person is in Tomsk at the Polytechnical University. 2 are in the Urals in Ekaterinburg, and then, of course, the largest amount is in Moscow at the University of the Friendship Between Peoples. 4 persons will be coming to the Polytechnical University in St. Petersburg. So this is a little bit our geography of cooperation. Anyway, together with our colleagues in Tomsk, we created a manual and we showed it the other day, at the day before yesterday, at the university. And then there is now also a 3rd manual that we are sharing with you here. And here, based on our experience, we are showing a thesis that talks about the systematic approach to the insurance of quality in medications and how we ensure the life cycle and the movement of the product. This manual is enriched by numerous photographs, and I hope that everything that we find in the manual is interesting and useful. And before I conclude, I would like to introduce my colleagues on the panel and how we are structuring or integration and strengthening the ways in which we coordinate our cooperation. Dr. Ramona Rodriguez, the president of the Nicaraguan Autonomous University, as well as the National University Council. Harvey Suffolk Constantina, a representative of the University of Yunan Leon, from which we have Fernando Emilio Bacacorto in chemical science. Also, a graduate from the first Bionica group is working at the Meshnikov Institute and is now also at the St. Petersburg Institute, Mr. Kahina, and is studying the Socorro Ruiz Hernandez, director, one of the directors at the Ministry of Health in Nicaragua, Javier Vázquez Ramero, specialist in pharmaceutical marketing at the Meshnikov Institute, Teodora Tercero Rivera, who is head of the IES, and, of course, Dr. Sara Nagarich, head of the Department of Chemistry at UNAN Managua. Also with us online will be our Russian colleagues, representatives of the Chemical Pharmaceutical Department at the University of St. Petersburg, for the Institute, rather, St. Petersburg Institute of Vaccines and Serums, Mr. Kapruski, the Department of Biochemistry of the Russian University of Friendship with the Peoples, and Elena Krasnakuska from the Center of Education and Science at the Polytechnical University in Tomsk. So we send them warm greetings from Nicaragua to Russia. They are representing the universities at which Nicaraguan students are currently studying and will be studying, as I've told you, in the near future. So I would like to begin by asking Dr. Ramona Rodriguez, the head of the National Council of Universities and president of UNAN Managua, how can we help you to popularize, make people more familiar, make students more familiar? No, how can this be done to make what we are doing better known and make participation in all this part of student behavior? Let me sit down and, let us all get comfortable.
People from panel, it's an honor for me to represent the Council of Universities, in particular the UNAN Managua, in this opportunity that we have as a country and as a higher education center in Nicaragua. Related to the question that Elena is asking, referred to the dissemination of Bionica program, I would like to say that for us, it's been an important opportunity as an institution, but also for the youth studying in our university, because since the beginning, from the installation of the industry or the biological plant, we have been linked together, and Bionica project has allowed that the youth, the university youth, specifically the people from the career of pharmaceuticals, so they know more about the production of biologicals and the cycle of manufacturing, with the quality control, with the storage, with the register, and also with all the norm and regulations framework. This has allowed uh, an important capture of the opportunities for the preparation of young people that are now uh, back in the country, but also the ones that are almost to be graduated as professionals for pharmaceuticals. And now we have 8 new students. And this is a result of this great Bionica project that has had an important impact also for the promotion of the biological productions and the importance that has this production for the Nicaraguan people's health, also at a Latin American level. That would be my comment, Elena. Muchas, thank you very much, Ramona. Could you say, Mr. Ramona, Miss Ramona, have you found application, practical application that you have elaborated? The manuals have been used as a material for the students. It's a reference material for the students for pharmaceutical programs, but also not only the students, but also the teachers, the scholars. This comes to complement, to match up all the information that's required for the formation and preparation with a higher quality and higher competencies, because the manuals give a lot of information of what I have mentioned, of all the cycle of all the biological products, knowing the manufacturing process, the procedures, the quality control, and the registers, the storage, and all the regulatory framework that should be applied in this process. This has been a very valuable material for our scholars and students. Thank you, Ramona. I would like to ask now uh, another question. I'd like to direct that question also to Dr. Emilio Vaca. Dr. Fernando, please let us know. There's a lot of students from your university that are working at Mechnikov, and some of them have studied in Russia. In what way you direct towards the necessities of your employers when you prepare your students? Good morning, our fellow panelists here that we are in this International Congress, Russia-Nicaragua. Please, I'd like to greet in a revolutionary way from our head of the university, Marina Solis, that is also a vice president of the CNU, together with Ms. Ramona. In fact, our university feels very satisfied. Our our knowledge field in the chemistry area finds itself proud to have graduated students that are working right now at Mechnikov, and they're right now also studying in universities in our sister homeland, Russia. We see some of our partners here that it's here in the same Congress. We've been working with her, talking with her yesterday. Our country really needs graduated in pharmaceuticals industry with capacities in not only in the area of production of synthetic pharmaceuticals, but also biological pharmaceuticals. And it's there where we started a curricular process since 2019, where we had involved the knowledge areas like biotechnologies, immunology, pharmacosurveillance, so that we would like to contribute with students with higher capacities that are part, and that could be continuing to be part of the personnel, uh, the scientific, technical personnel, productive personnel that will work at Meshnikov in this industry, this biological industry. So, in fact, us as institutions, we're also always asking in the market what are the needs of our employers and how can we improve our curricula to give our employer this trained staff that they need. We would match the National Development Plan as an institution. We match with our research lines with the point number 3 from the National Development Plan in 2023. We have improved our lines of research, and we believe that our students and our graduated professionals should meet the purpose of our institutions to have graduates that are a positive impact for our country. Thank you very much. What competencies would be required for the immediate future from your specialist in areas of medicine and biotechnology? As a perspective, like the immediate future, we are in the process of self-evaluation. We are moving towards a accreditation process, a credential process with SENEA Institute. Our knowledge, field of knowledge is being linked right now with the important competencies more specific in the biotechnology area. We started the research process to validate the ethnobotany species like anti-inflammatories, to validate this knowledge. For example, working with against anemia, and we have performed studies and analysis in labs in cooperation with another area like the veterinarian field to work with mice to perform the test. So we've seeked that the competencies of our staff and our students not only immersed in the ones that we used to have in the future, but now being directed towards biotechnology to seek and to evaluate new horizons related to the preparation of our students. Thank you very much for your answer. This is a very important opinion. And to Dr. Suniga, I would like to ask also what competencies for the future you are developing in your students, and what can you say that you're not going to use anymore? Good morning, panelists and our participants of this important event. The development of science and technology here allows the universities to be in a constant curricular review. We have curricular processes that are being updated constantly, precisely with the participation of all the actors here that should contribute to this science, specifically with the competencies about pharmaceuticals. Our university is developing a process of self-evaluation, effective self-evaluation that is sincere. And then within this process of self-evaluation, we have found the participation of the pharmaceutical industry in labs in our graduated graduates from our universities, and also the participation of society in that process. We seek to generate the updated competencies. That's why we have a dynamic curriculum that allows us to have a permanent revision. Recently, towards this advancement, we have incorporated within these competencies of our students the production of biological products and also the pharmaceutical regulations. This has been part, of course, from the development of the plan that the country has. We take as a reference also the National Development Plan, the National Poverty Reduction Plan. And within this plan, we have the development of this area of production of biological materials. And through this process of biological development, we have been able to detect this strength that the professionals need in the area of pharmaceutical regulation. This is why we have incorporated substantial components in our curricula that boost the competencies of our students, like organic chemistry, biochemistry, immunity topics, and regulation topics as a regulation for all the process. We are here within this analysis in which we not only started the process of biological production, but also the assurance of the quality and also their safety and their efficacy. Through the assurance of this quality that allows us that we can have the production and the market availability. In our profession, these competencies represent an important opportunity. In this permanent revision, we always take into account the main actors, the main players that achieve precisely, together with the university, define the competencies that the professional needs, taking account the national context and the international development. In this way, the university is in this social commitment to be able to update our competencies of our graduates and our professionals. Thank you, Mr. Marlon, Dr. Marlon, for your important answer. It's important to understand the opinion of the universities related to the qualification and competencies of the graduates. I would like to ask Esterling Socorro, the director of continuous education from MINSA, what is your opinion related to especially what type of competencies do you specialists should have? What do you expect of the specialists that are being graduated from the universities? People from the panel and participants here, I am very grateful here with Meshnikov Institute here for this invitation to be part of this panel. That is a fundamental panel, is the strengthening of our human talent. This as one of our Alliance of National Policy of Health, human resource constitute one of the more decisive factors for the generation of changes towards efficient and effective health system and humanitarian health system. Related to your question, as Marlon was saying, the competencies that our professionals should have in chemical and pharmaceutical need to have technical competencies like good manufacturing practices, analytical practices in research, but as well we seek skills as the adoption of new technologies, since we are in a new changing world in the digital area and in the artificial intelligence. So this is why this is important.
you. Thank you, Dr. Sterling. In this measure, the universities already guided in the preparation of these specialists in this direction. Can you tell them they're specialists? Like Mr. Martin was saying, the transformation of these competences is a big step the university has taken for the demand of the specialists as well. The collaboration we have made with science and technicians with those pharmaceuticals and universities is something that has contributed a lot. Thank you for your comment. I would like to ask Dr. Javier Ascar Romero, a specialist in marketing, pharmaceutical marketing of the Mexico Institute, as a participant in the process, educational process, along with the universities. I wanted to ask you, what did you take into account when you were preparing the course along with Unang Manawa? What competencies were you looking into? What were you thinking to put in in the course itself? Good morning. First, it's an honor to be in this panel with all of these personalities. But okay, to the answer. Besides, let's first place Bionic. We've spoken a lot about this, but also as a participant from the institute itself to the students. We've made a process where students are going to be creating capacities and also the list of the things that make in each position, in each job position, where they are able to go rotate through the different areas of the institute to prepare themselves in different elements, and then, or they can fix themselves in a internship in a specific area. Besides what you've spoken already throughout the day for the university itself, I want to take in terms of the knowledge, the specific knowledge of its science, that they're going to be according to the current state of or the art of each one of the disciplines in particular. Is another element that is called the soft skills or the human skills, which are dealing with the communication, with the topics of working as a team, working and taking advantage of time, everything that has to do with the management of working in an area that with something like the Institute of Mexico. All of this with the students who are inserted within the Mexico Institute. You were also asking me with the collaboration with UNAN. Well, our collaboration with UNAN was translated into a diploma course, which had two big areas. The first one, to fill the necessity that Nicaragua has for the diploma course in pharmaceutical regulations. This diploma course from 2018 that was the concept of UNAN, and now we're able to keep it and make it real. I'm talking about last year. This diploma course, the first experience I was at, to identify that need, and now the conditions were set to attack that need, to deal with solving on that need with the first edition of the diploma course. And the second one had to do with people. Everything, people are always the most important part. They're the ones who do everything. Therefore, for us in the design of the program, the most important part that we had was focusing on the student, making sure that besides their learning, they were able to go to spend some time. We had students from six Nicaraguan entities with 11 teachers who were able to be there in 6 months during this diploma course. Well, we had teacher Sara here, who was also a co-organizer of the diploma course, Dr. Ramona, who was helping us with this based on the same principles, And this was kept during the 6 months. And I'm telling you, well, they won't let me lie because they're here for this. When we organized in this, how many capacities are we looking into? We were able to do 32 capacities in 6 institutions that we were mentioning. And then at some point we said, okay, out of this 32, we'll probably have 26, 25. But 6 months later, we had the 32 finishing, which for us was a great pride of us, a great satisfaction because no one left. And there are many here. There are many here present sitting around with us today. And that, for us, it's a good push for a second edition and for which how many more may come because it's a necessary process and it was done very good. Thank you very much, Elena. Dear Javier, can you tell us about the assessment you made for the the graduates of this bionic project? Were you able to see their potential during the internship? Yes. What we saw in the course for the training, we were able to see assessments that were done every so often. And when I tell you about this course, I'm talking about there are two elements that we were looking into. The course itself, in terms of the assessment of the course, more than an academic standpoint, based more on the topics themselves, and another one in the way that they were developing themselves, working and living with the rest of the team, of each of the team that they were working with. So registration, which depending on the area, inspection, and so on. So all of this led to a certain criteria in terms of the leaders of those areas, the ones who were the teachers who were assessing this, and they had a general criteria and individual criteria of each one of the students. Thank you for this. Thank you for answering this. Thank you very much, and we're going to continue to work and help with those graduates on Bionic. It's very important for us to continue with tutoring and helping for these students so they are integrated to continue improving in the systems within the pharmaceutical system. It's important to have the support from the teachers, to making sure that they can work together and make them efficient. I would like to ask Teodoro Tercero Rivera, the CS director, why the producers are willing to support the students and what's the market like for the Business and Mexico Institute in terms of the preparation of the students. Do you have experience of working with other institutions, with other industries, with other partners? Good morning, everyone, the panelists and Congress people who are here present today. I want to thank the Mexico Institute for this opportunity. As a research center for Unang Manawa, we were able to have some experiences. And I want to refer to, first and foremost, to the experience we had with the Meshnikov Institute in 2021. Something that's very important to highlight for the universities is that these platforms, as we mentioned here yesterday, for the research centers especially, strengthen the scope and the change of the paradigm that we're having in terms of what we're doing currently. As a center, we are working on public health, on epidemiology, because we are also forming more in terms of public health, epidemiology, occupational health, business administration and health, and a diploma course on social science. All of this has to do based on public health, mentioned in two blocks, first in epidemiology and administration itself. The clinical research is a very important challenge for the universities because They make you articulate processes with the different institutions. And in this case, with the experience that we had as Unamanawa, it opened us our scope and it broadened to see how through research we're able to strengthen the industry and vice versa, and how our students, the ones we develop the postgraduate programs, how the students on the postgraduate programs can insert themselves within the process. We have some students who already finished, who are working within the Mexico Institute, who are prepared through CS, and the competencies that they develop within our institution in Unang Manawa are serving them for what they do on a day-to-day basis in different institutions. But we do have some peers who are working in the Sustainable Science Institute who works with the Ministry of Health doing research specifically in terms of biology, in terms of another process, chemical process or micro process that's trying to strengthen another element that we look into that is important to highlight. We have many graduates who are in different institutions, not only pharmaceutical area, but also in the National Institute of Social Security, in the Ministry of Health, who, just to mention, are one of the biggest employees for the topic of health. And working with them hand in hand as a Minister of Health, we're able to develop different projects who allow us to sit as a university, a Ministry of Health, and other companies, public and private, to be able to develop different activities, different programs, and programs that are adjusted to the needs of the country. Our programs are focused on and are developed on the base of the national plan to reduce poverty and equipment development. And in that sense, we've been able to adjust the curriculum. We've been able to do different researches and also been able to talk with different employees to be able to see what are the needs that there are currently existing in the country to strengthen that. And it's very important to highlight as well to close that as Unang Manawa through CS, we're only looking not only for our national students, we also have students from Honduras, from Costa Rica, from El Salvador, and Dominican Republic, and other countries who are forming themselves with us and and are inserted within the different ministries at the regional level. Thank you. As you can see, all the universities are focusing on the business people, on the companies and institutions that can provide work to these graduates. And I feel that this is very good. I'm going to continue to make progress. We have two universities here present in this panel, and we're glad to see your opinions. We are foreseeing, have you foreseen a presentation on Dr. Baca by Unan Leon? You're able to, you're on the floor. Your floor is yours. Dr. Fernando Emilia Vaca is going to be presenting now. Good morning once again. As Unan Leon, we are we have 212 years of existence in this beautiful country, and we've been able to develop so many professionals that have been very useful for the development of our country. It was started in 2018, 2012. It now has 8 knowledge areas, 3 regional centers, and a program that works with Unan Leon in San Carlos. Our knowledge area for chemical sciences provides the pharmaceutical career. The first graduation that we had for pharmacy we had in 2022. Developed joint with our area of medicine, which then started as a faculty in 1947. And from that area now, and from that year as a knowledge area, based on the reform that was made. This has been the last 3 years, our student base in the area of knowledge, and this has been based on by gender. We have gender, the males, the females, as you can see in 2021, 2022, and 2023, the enrollment. You can see the women present. Right, that our good government has provided the participation of women in the different institutions that we have. In the last 5 years, how has this been transforming? Curricular wise, based on the needs of our country, based on the needs of our employees, transforming the curriculum and going from objective to competencies. We are from 2007. Before 2007, it was all based on objectives. After 2007, our institution began working with competencies. It's something difficult for human beings to be able to transcend, to go from an action that comes from many years, and given that step for another dimension. I'm working with competencies, and started with competencies was part of a time, and through that area after that time, our curriculum has been developed through competences. We've been improving our curriculum. The last study plan that we had was from 2019, and that current plan had many transformations. Our students nowadays that have come out with that 2019 study plan are already defending this year. This is a youth that have a different formation training based on the 2011 plan. They are starting to see biotechnology, immunology, pharmacosurveillance, epidemiology, which were components from different units in other curriculum components. Nowadays have become very specific for the content to be able to give that exit for the development of our country, which is requested by our country, but our society is requesting. And it was very logic that to be able to transform that, it was important to research the needs of our employees. Nowadays, to open a career, it's important to have the pertinent studies that's in use. It gives each of the universities. We have a vision for the following years to be able to have labs with simulators, which allow us to reach bigger capacities. And in this curriculum for 2019, we were working hand in hand with veterinaries. We're doing research already with human beings, and our students are working hand in hand with them. And this has been the design in terms of the professional training. We've been able to transform the basic needs, basic training needs from 2007, and we've been able to have collaborations with the pharmaceutical industry. The pharmaceutical industry is a big important pillar for the trainings, for the preparation, because that's where our students are going and doing their internships. The last practical one, the practical practice that they have, they go through to the different hospital pharmacies. They go to the distributors. From 2007 on, as an institution, we've seen all the universities that belong to the CNU, of our government. They developed the 6% of the allotment for the preparation of our students, and not only for our students, but also for teachers, administrators. We've been able to strengthen the research, scientific research, and we've been able to
We have kept up the academic offer, and in fact, it's been increased. The synergy between these types of research centers has increased. Also, work with government entities such as the Nicaraguan Forestry Institute, the Ministry of Agriculture. We have installed and strengthened the research centers, and today we are continuing our work with the pharmacological aspects of our Natural Medicines Institute, and we're working now in different types of cancer, colon, breast, cervicouterine, and we will of course need the accompaniment of Cuba, Russia, China. These are now and have been historically our allies, and like that make available to society the research, knowledge, results, or university extension and outreach in terms of professors, researchers, students, and the different entities and bodies, areas of knowledge. Participation of our students is of vital importance. They are the ones that are going to innovate and continue the work once they graduate. So the development of human talent in the educational system is something that is being set forth in the 2023 Human Development Plan. And this is how things work, and there needs to be a substantial weight in the transformation of the curricula and the implementation of all the points I have just shown you on the screen. In terms of practical experience, these, for example, practical work at the different health centers, these are our students doing their professional practice work, and they're waiting to be attended, and training the patients on the use of the medication. Our laboratories have suffered transformations and bring it as close as possible to good manufacturing possible. We can't be teaching good manufacturing practices and then the laboratories don't follow the basic good practices. That cannot be the case. Last year, in the technological area, most of these laboratories were remodeled. Most of this used to be wood, and students, they were not really taught in an atmosphere of a real, laboratory. We're trying to teach good manufacturing practices and didn't have conditions. Now we do. And how do our students participate in research? 2021, 158 students participating, 165, and there's a campaign called the University Scientific Development Campaign, only for students. From the third year onward, they start learning, their first competencies, knowledge, and start their research. And the professors are guides, advisors, but it's the students who do the research. 2022, 297 students participating in research, and the numbers, as you can see, are going up. 2023, 318 students. So we're growing. The number of students that are being introduced to research, and they see a problem and they want to learn and find out how to solve it. These are students in the process. There's a fair called Entrepreneurship and Innovation, and they have different projects, innovations, and they show them. These are 4th and 5th year students. And not only are students, but also the updating of our professors, because we too, you never stop learning, and so we too continue to learn. And for learning, for example, about manipulation of chemical substances, the pedagogical aspects of teaching this material, and other administrative aspects. These are people working in neighborhoods. We support the Ministry of Health in the application of different search and tracing of cases of people who have problems with dengue, malaria, different fevers, the search for water containers at which dengue-carrying mosquitoes may come to, and so on. So this is work that is done throughout the year. Here we have a student showing how to eliminate and clean the water in the recipients, so that again the dengue-carrying mosquitoes don't come. So there we are, working with the infirmary and in generally accompanying the health personnel at the Ministry of Health. And finally, the professional practices. When they come to the end of their careers, of their majors rather, in the 5th year, then they learn and they go out and actually into the real world, as it were, and learn about quality control, working in private pharmacies or chemists, working in hospitals, working at companies, and so on, to set up, for example, a good manufacturing practices system. Here we see the production of pharmacological products and research too. When students have done their professional practices in different pathologies, different spheres of work, as I just showed you, they come back for their last requirements, which is a piece of research, basically a kind of thesis. And here, for example, the evaluation of the hematopoietic response in Wistar mice after the administration of the extract of moringa. And this is the Carlos Fonseca Amador building, where the area of knowledge and chemical science is located, and all the work that we do in terms of or pharmacological work at the university. So you ever have time or the chance to come visit us, you're certainly welcome. We have different specialties, and especially pharmacosurveillance, that we will soon be offering some of these courses. So you can come as a student, you can come as a visitor, and you will see that we are seeking strategies as we continue our work with the Ministry of Health. Thank you kindly. We understand that the competition is important for ourselves as well as teachers who feel and are at the foundation of all this work, and make sure that the competition and competencies increase and develop. So we've been working for an hour, and this second part of our panel session, we are going to get back to our project, which is Bionica, and I would like to ask Dr. Sara Megalish of the UNAN Department of Chemistry, and then we will continue our conversation after we hear from Dr. Nagalesh. Good morning to all. In great detail here, Dr. Baca explained the different aspects of the chemical and pharmaceutical careers, and what he presents is a reality in terms of where we're at with chemicals and pharmaceuticals in Nicaragua. The major in chemistry and pharmaceuticals has many different profiles. One is the pharmaceutical attention, pharmacosurvey, pharmacotherapy, and also the production of medicines, and in particular biological products, and also, of course, the fundamental part, which is research, which I think is the fundamental axis in all of these majors. I will center this presentation on the actions that we have carried out together between three institutions, the Managua Institute, the St. Petersburg Institute of Vaccines and Serums, and the Latin American Biotechnology Institute, Meshnikov. And for anyone who studies chemicals and pharmaceuticals in the health area, it is important to point out that the safe, effective medications are fundamental to satisfy and ensure the well-being of the population, are indispensable in all the different health services and areas. In our new WHO approach, we see different aspects, and one is the production of medications and other health technologies. The other is the development of human resources, of course, research, knowledge management, and we participate actively in policies, legislation, and regulatory norms and standards. Evidently, the education of human talent is one of the responsibilities, indeed one of the main responsibilities of universities who are members of the National Council of Universities. The challenge for our universities in particular is to develop qualified staff, both to insert it in the national industry in particular, as regards the production of synthetic medications, which has been one of our strengths. And we currently have a biological institute, and we want to strengthen that area. As Professor Javier also mentioned, the development of the first group emerging, graduating rather, in pharmaceutical manufacture and the university, in alliance with the different institutions, has proceeded to deal with and respond to this need. So this diploma course we feel very satisfied about due to its the close relationship we have kept with the national industry, in particular Laboratory Ramos and the Meshnikov Institute, which allowed us to carry out the practices that the regulations, it's complex, it's difficult to understand, there are many pages, it's quite long, and to put this in practice, you need a space where one can put into practice what we read and carry out the action or activities. So this alliance with the two institutes was very important to root the theoretical knowledge in situ. There were simulated inspections. We verified WHO norms, standards, manufacturing practices at both plants. And here we're very, very thankful for the availability of both laboratories. I'm referring here, of course, to Ramos and Mechnikov. Is for us, as for the Ministry of Health, and for us, this is strategic, as well as, of course, the professors at the UNAN Managua, who were also trained. The contents that were touched upon in this diploma course had to do with all the different essential functions of the regulation systems. We talked about laboratory tests and trials, the part of surveillance of clinical trials, because it's one of the areas we're developing right now in Nicaragua. And UNAN Managua had the opportunity to create the ethics committee, and we worked on one of the clinical entities that we have contact with. Then there was also marketing, the granting of licenses, and so on. And so one of the things we do then is the diploma course. But in addition, we have also opened spaces to establish or forge alliances with national and regional institutions. We have been able to hold conferences with experts and open a space for online interaction, in particular with academics from the St. Petersburg Institute of Vaccines and Serums. Here we are SECMED or the president of our university signing an agreement between UNAN and SECMED. We also have agreements with Ramos Laboratory, where in both cases there were spaces for students to come and study as interns, and the possibility also of carrying out their professionalization practices, visiting each area of production, and in general, as interns become familiarized with the setting of the pharmacological industry. As Dr. Elena Kasakova already mentioned, there's many things that have been done in the context of the Bionica project, also the strengthening of capacities by drawing attention to certain very, very specialized things such as chromatography, the parts of a animal health care facility, the regulation and aspects of pre-qualification by the WHO, and also in matters surrounding production of new and additional vaccines. Recently, we concluded with a group of students and professors on an online cycle where they were able to interact with experts, and where they could ask questions, participate. It was, I think, a very good space that allowed students to become motivated and get interested in different subjects and topics, specific things that drew their attention in the field of the production of biologicals. And so that experience was very satisfactory. Among other efforts, we have developed 2 manuals. These were, we already heard about the third one. And these manuals are used in different courses, depending on the curricular transformation that we're undergoing. And we have included pharmacological matters, and here, for example, the assurance of the life cycle of a particular pharmaceutical product. And the other manual is about the adventures in the surprising world of biotechnology, because the education of and formation of capacities means how to get people interested in certain issues and draw the attention of students and promote their selection, so they can choose what it is exactly that they want.
Right now, we have 7 students with scholarships in Russia in 3 different universities. In the University of Friendship with the People in Tomsk, and as well as the Chemical Pharmaceutical University in St. Petersburg. Within the Bionica project, also after the conferences, this is a platform of the selection of the best candidates to develop the studies within the specialization or postgraduate studies in the Russian Federation. They go through a school process that they facilitated topics and themes, and they study them. They do practical activities, and within the universities there are exchange with a specialist in biotechnology, molecular biology, and biochemistry, and of course they are evaluated, and within those students are selected the best of them. During this year, we hope to have 8 students coursing in those universities within our perspective or development perspective of where we would like to draw attention and to strengthen is the part of training or specialization on those areas or fields that are stated here, like organic chemistry, biochemistry, analytical chemistry, and so on. We talk about regulation a lot, production a lot, but all the production system and all the cycle requires specialists that can help in the synthesis and to understand the physical chemical features of a protein, for example. In the end, well, I think we need to go towards those specializations that are there. And also, I'd like to say that Bionica has motivated, as I told you, students to select some times and to be interested in some topics specifically, some of them specifically in vaccines, but also we have talked about investigations in the individual responses like warfarina response, and we're talking about diabetes. We're working descriptive in research related to all the polymorphisms related to transporters, membrane transporter in the treatment with metformin and with diabetics. So we've opened all the fan of options in the interest of biotechnology, and of course from UNAN, we have worked with topics related to breast cancer, the genetic breast cancer. We would like to produce an atlas of mutation associated to cancer. And so these are some examples that we've developed in the framework of this technologies that has to do with biological production products. And I only want to thank you, and that's it. Thank you very much. Ms. Sarah, thank you very much. Your presentation was very detailed. She has shared the information related to perspective. Please let me know when we started our project. The idea was to disseminate all the specialization related to biotechnology, but our project is now transforming as everyone. We're evolving, we're changing, we have manuals, we have different courses, and we have formation process. What do you think? You think that we have reached this task to involve the uh, scholars and students and people from the universities in this works? Because I see all the requests for Bionica, and last time we had more than 100. So I think this is causing interest and continue to see interested in everyone. So what do you think about the participants, the adult participants, about the teachers? Do we have this type of people involved that are really interested? Yes. As I told you, I'd like to share a personal um, anecdote. I'm a teacher of biotechnology. I'm a teacher of biotechnology. This year, I was mentioned by the students the first day. They asked me about Bionica project. When's the Bionica project? They didn't wait for me to say anything. They are asking for it. So I think we have disseminated the options of the project, and the students were eager and enthusiastic to go towards this school. And I consider that this has just their challenges and very rigorous regulations, but they are willing to submit to all the tests and the conferences. As I told you, this first conference related to all the regulatory framework, our students, we had uh, 1 hour of questions and answers, and we had to stop them. So I think there's interest there. And the interesting thing about this is that, yes, in terms of production of biological, yeah, but also in those topics that I have related, the inter-individual response in the personalized medicine, and how these genetic variants change on the response of a medicine. So I think it's been successful. Thank you. And also, thank you. Related to teachers, they're very eager to continue because they participated very actively in the first cohort of pharmaceutical regulation, and the topics on biological production is it's a very recent field. So I think this will be a field of exercise of every day in exercise. I see as a transition passing from synthetic production or chemical synthesized to biological, but really we achieve to go towards the specific site like monoclonal antibodies that we've seen in cancer development treatments, and this is right now a necessity to update this, and there's no other way to go. So the teachers currently are in pro of being trained in these new technologies. Thank you very much. we continue to cooperate. We continue to develop our project and our competencies, also the hard and soft ones, and we will be continue to advance the conformity with all your desires and sharing everything that we can share. And that's why we have a lot of experts here, including the St. Petersburg ones that are here online, and also there are other ones that are present here in this Congress. So you would have the chance to talk to them, to address them, and to do it online or in front of each other. So right now, I'd like to address my colleagues from Russia because it's nighttime over there in Russia, and I would like to give the word to Siberia. In Siberia right now, it's the nighttime, right? Elena, do you hear us? Do you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you right now. I see you. So I'm happy to see you right now. Elena, do you have a student of Nicaragua, Aldo, right? So hello, Aldo. Have you seen him recently? Hello, good morning, colleagues. I'd like to greet everybody participating in the forum, the National University, the Polytechnical University of Tomsk. Aldo is perfectly well. Is a very sociable person, very high communicative person, has an important level of Russian going on, and he's is speaking perfectly right now. And which program is he studying right now? Which program do you have for your foreign students in your international university? Because it's really international. The last day I was there in Tomsk, I saw a lot of foreigners. Yes, we have, I would say, maybe 25% of our students within the university are foreigners. And our universities is one of the oldest universities, the technical universities in Russia. And our university forms a part of the different universities, the best universities in the country. And we are preparing engineers in all of the fields of the industry. Since 1949, we are preparing chemical engineers and technical specialists for the pharmaceutical industry. In more than 30 years, we've been training the biotechnologists for the pharmaceutical industry. The program that I would like to share is the biotechnology, pharmaceutical biotechnology. Is a two-level program. We prepare the grade and postgraduate degrees also as well. This program consists in the idea that the quality of this has to be guaranteed in all the steps of the cycle of life of the products. And towards the contents of the program, this is based on the disciplines that has to do with what is happening in each step of the cycle. So we take into attention to the production process specifically. Thank you very much, Elena. What competencies after the preparation, after he's graduated, after Aldo's graduated, what competencies he will have? What skills will he have? What work could he do? Could you share that with us? I've thought a lot in this question, and what I think is that Aldo, because of its first graduate, he's a specialist in the pharmaceutical design, and now we work so that he can become a very good engineer. So I would say that synergies between those two topics, the fields of knowledge will give a unique specialist right now. And considering that this is a very good person, is a very sociable, very nice person, that's very important for the director of the plant. You will have a specialist that is a very good specialist, and if you have other students like Aldo, we will receive him with great pleasure. Well, Aldo would be a motivation example for the rest, and he will be a capable specialist that he could manage the all the machines and all the equipment in the plant. So this is important people that we need in Nicaragua and Russia because they are very unique specialists. Thank you very much. Now I would like to share the word with Badit Pakrovsky. He's a scholar from the biochemical university in the university in Ekaterinburg. This students are already distributed and they're being prepared in this university, and the group that's going to join them in September will also study in this September and will join in this same university. We have now 5 universities in Moscow, but did have important experience in the preparation of students in Latin America. But please let us know if your program is being adapted for this type of students and how's the process being adapted for Latin America. Elena, I hope that I'm being heard properly. Thank you very much for this possibility to talk to you, and I would like to present our university. In our university, we have more than 30,000 students, and pharmacy and the pharmacy product design is one of the most important topics of our university. We use one of the first places in all the Russian universities, and we continue to grow. In the rating of chemistry, we occupy the 23rd place in the world, and this for the Russian universities. This is a very good, very prestigious place in the world. Related to our students, we have a very important experience with the work of students with other countries. We maintain this friendship between the people because we feel it like this, because our regulations stated we need to maintain this in our universities, because this program related to the design of pharmaceuticals, we have 2 students. They're not from Nicaragua. We have, unfortunately, have not received nobody from Nicaragua. One's from Ecuador, the other one's from Guyana, and this year will be graduated, and I'm sure that they will present a very good thesis, and they will receive the diploma that is very prestigious diploma from this university in Russia. In general topics, with your permit, I will add a little bit more about our program. Our program is more of a design program of pharmaceuticals. It's not a production of pharmaceuticals. We have the general framework, and we talk about all the development in a superficial way, but we focus on the calculations in mathematics and statistics and the design of the experiments, and this is why we go towards biotechnology and also the early design and the preclinical trials. And one of the important topics is the regulatory topic. On our master's program, we share work on the regulatory framework in Russia and also European, FDA, EMA, and the third component is the component of business, and we have several disciplines related to the design of the pharmaceutical and the strategy of the industry. We share the classes on cycle of life of the pharmaceuticals, and also on the commerce of pharmaceutical. And this is very important for the students so that they can feel that this can be done as a scientific career path or as a business career path. Thank you, Badin. The university of the friendships between the people is known around the world, and we are very happy that we can soon have students from Nicaragua. It's important that you are there, that you will be taking care of them, and we will be together with you as well. And I would like to share the word to Shirina Alexandra, Director for the preparation of the training, pharmaceutical training of the University of Chemical Pharmaceutical University. How can you evaluate the potential of our students in Nicaraguan students? Now you have three, right? Two are on a specialization roles, and the third one is the doctorate candidate right now. How are you all? The competency, what kind of competencies can you expect from them when they come back? Colleagues, it's important for me to greet you. And this is our first experience to have doctorate candidate. First, it was more difficult because of the language barriers, but in 2 years now, they are managing their communication with the scientific guy. Communication was more closer, and now he's writing his thesis, and I think that the next year we'll be able to defend this thesis, this course. What competencies they possess? The program for the doctorate degree. You'll be able to work intellectual property, be able to provide classes in a university, be able to be a good developer of new ways of pharmaceutical ways, and in production of pharmaceuticals, it can also be able to perform in that area as well. Other people, students who are also working or studying, are very social. They're very good and very good students. They'll be able to acquire different competencies. The University of a Chemical Pharmaceutical has a formidable with the scientists in the university. It's created to have we have a small production plant, and we're going to teach them, the students, from the how to get dressed with the proper technological wardrobe, and we finish the whole technological process. So when the students are able to get to the plant to work, they already understand how the production works and how to operate. Another thing that we need to provide our population for a quality medication, and in that process of the teaching, we provide them a lot of information on quality control, on the documentation that it needs to be filled in. And our idea is to prepare the specialists who are very qualified. We have very special disciplines related to state regulation. So one of the exits that we want, we will have competent specialists who can be able to work in any branch in terms of pharmaceuticals. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your response. Will be our first for next year as they finish their studies. We are already here waiting for them. Thank you very much for communicating with us. In Russia, I know it's late in Russia, so good afternoon, good night. And we'll continue here with a question For Sophia, the representative of the agency of Russia, how do you evaluate our experience as a study in Russia? Because we were starting from the diaper area. Thank you for from Russia and from. I want to be able to explain a bit of this for the project of the program for sponsorship of Russia, government of Russia to study local government Russia. This is the good project launched by the government of Russia for all the countries of the world within the framework where the citizens of all these foreign countries can study, can be able to receive education, superior education in Russia free. When they come to Russia or live in there, have to pay. So the education of Russia for foreigners is very high because obviously the education in Russia is very good. And the sponsorship program for the government of Russia allows for any career within the education or superior education, but also for a candidate who needs a year in the preparatory faculty to study Russian because the entire education is in Russian. We do have English studies, but for the most part, they're all in Russian. And when I saw the allocation of the quotas for each country, that will depend as an individual, case by case, on the demand, also on the level of the relationship of the countries. When I was here at the end of the 2021 in Nicaragua, had 10 quotas. Then it will raise that to 15. And now we have 25 for Nicaragua, which I want to continue adding for the following year. And we spoke about the students selected, the ones selected within the framework of the Bionica project. This is something very interesting. The project is wonderful. At the beginning, we had to analyze and select the students within the framework of the startup of the project, the general startup of the project, about the students in Nicaragua. And this is very complicated because obviously we have students who are not able to be selected to follow their studies in Russia. But this was wonderful for this year, very fast, independently of the bureaucracy that we might find which is long. But this year, because of the promise which was made in the prior Congress for the students of Bionica for the stars selected within the framework of the Bionica project, they already have 10 quotas within that framework for the country, meaning that are already within the framework of the startup of the special startup. It's pretty much ensured that they'll be selected. And this happened because this year we already selected 8 students. And besides selecting them, they are already distributed within the different universities in Russia. And so they're already finishing their consular their stuff and go to Russia and study there at the beginning of September, October. And those who need to study Russian as well in our country. Thank you very much, Sofia. Nosotros together we've been able to move this rock from the way. 15 people from Nicaragua are already studying in Russia, all receiving scholarships. And for us, we're accompanying these students. We already know that Sarah's in communication with them. She's already given us feedback. Some of them already knew that come from first vacation over here, and they were able to do their presentations in the universities to motivate. This makes us happy, obviously. Everything that has to do with from the beginning, became a reality, even faster than what we expected. All of you here, you saw the representatives of the different universities that study. You were able to listen how they have assessed these students. And I also feel that it's a good moment to do the question to our to our biggest ambassador of this Bionica project, who is already s- going being full on all the videos of this project. He was already in Russia. He already tried their strengths in different branches. He already knows the work in two institutes of Russia, in Besnikov in Russia. So as somebody who finished from Bionica, you already know how to work with them, and here in Besnikov, what do you think helped you to have success throughout this career? I feel very honored to be seated here because I remember when the project started in the university and when we had the first conferences in the university, along with Richard Sara and Dr. Rinaldo, we were able, I couldn't believe it. When we had this news of the vaccine plant, we saw this in the papers and we said, okay, finally, this is possible. And clearly, the university was able to give me the basis in terms of the knowledge to be able to put them into practice in my current job position. The Bionica project was started out with the idea of allocating staff, well prepared staff, who are able to make decisions in any situation. When we started this project, we didn't have many. It doesn't have a lot of relevance at the time. We were just starting. We were 11, and out of those 11, we finished. We were able to finish, and the three of us are currently have key positions with the International Institute, and we've been able to develop many skills that help us in our professional life. The Bionica project has been a fundamental pillar of my career. As a pharmaceutical professional, it has helped me to discover some skills, certain knowledge, because in this project we classify with staff those who are able to to go on this adventure per se. Once you finish this project and you begin working as ambassadors, this is a pilot project at the beginning, but then we started doing the talks to the students. Nowadays, the project has broken barriers of all of this because now with the trainings, Bible specialists from St. Petersburg, we are also providing trainings. We talk about our experience. We talk about our experience in 2018 when we began with this project. And from there, we are able to see that to be able to jump into the Mexico entity where I began working as documentation auxiliary. At this position, it was very important for me because I was able to get that knowledge in the quality assurance system, which I am currently putting into practice. It was something that helped me to grow in terms of the knowledge. And in my current position, I also put it into practice. I have worked in the institute, or I have to go across or work as an administrator of the research center for St. Petersburg here in Nicaragua, was a big challenge in reality because I was here from the very beginning when we hadn't started the project and we were facing many difficulties, many adversities which were not actually barriers to develop this project or this research center, this research and development center. Many of the difficulties have to do with the structure and the lab. And we started from the lab at the very beginning, and to finish with this project and be able to finish with this project, one of the biggest difficulties that we faced to be able to develop or this lab was the stoppage of supplies in terms of assets, equipment, but were not really barriers to finish that we can be today, be developing the first research in terms of the and jumping ahead into the project of Bionica. I would love to talk about, but we took into consideration that the girls were invited to this Congress. So they can stand up for me, please, because they are the ones who are going to go to Russia, who are going to be. It was something that is, when we were starting this, it was incredible. I mean, we couldn't believe it. And that this is possible, so a quick round of applause for them, please. To finish this participation, I really love all the presentations we have today. I think that they'll be very useful with Dr. Teodoro as well and Dr. Baca in terms of the research, because the Research and Development Center will also wants to invite all the research centers like CES, Sacramento Leon, to keep developing together research that help the population. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mario. I also wanted to highlight that Mario has a very good linguistic competences. He was able to communicate with his colleagues in St. Petersburg in Russian. It's very well spoken. And Sebastian really just nods his head because he knows it's true. So thank you very much. Something from this experience, a language obviously is unique. It's a language that demands concentration and study dedication. And I think that we took these classes from Joshua in a project that was done in the institute and for a year. And they were basic for my job, very fundamental for my job, because like you were mentioning, most of most of the staff with whom we're getting together is Russian. And I recall when we started the meetings in Russian, I was not able to. I didn't know what to say. I wasn't able to understand. It's not like English where you kind of less understand some words, but nonetheless, it was one of the challenges that I took on to take these classes in Russian, and I was going to learn the language, like Lena was mentioning. I have communicated with my Russian staff in the language, and I hope that we can keep perfecting it as time passes. Thank you very much. I don't have no doubt that that will happen. You'll be able to do so. Thank you very much for the possibility to be able to tell our stories, to show our presentations as a team with science. Well, those who hire us, those who teach us, those who learn. I thank you all the participants of the panel. And now let's pass here, so you can get the acknowledgments, the degrees of the participants of the Congress. Thank you very much. Later, if you have some questions, we'll be able to answer some, but I think you're very anxious to have some coffee, so finish the panel right now. تمشي له الفوتو.
Prueba de ruso a español.
So it's a test, English or Spanish?
Español. Prueba de Zoom español.
Spanish Zoom test. Spanish Zoom test. Spanish Zoom test. Zoom. Spanish Zoom. Spanish Zoom.
Zoom español.
Spanish Zoom.
Zoom español.
Spanish Zoom.
Zoom español.
Spanish Zoom.
Prueba Zoom español.
Spanish test. Spanish test. ¿Se escucha el inglés? ¿Se escucha el inglés? ¿Se escucha el inglés? ¿Me escuchan en inglés, Hugo? ¿En inglés? Yo escucho a ellos, pero en inglés. ¿Me escuchan ellos en inglés? Testing, English. Testing English, testing English. Testing English, testing English, testing English, testing English. Testing English, testing English. Test English, test English, 1, 2. Test English, what's up? Test English. Zoom call, test in English. Zoom call, test in English. Zoom call, test in English. Testing, English, testing. Testing, English, 1, 2, 1, 2. Test English, 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 1, 2. Test English. This is the test. Spanish Zoom. Testing, 1, 2. Zoom.
Español.
Spanish Zoom. Spanish Zoom.
Zoom español.
Spanish Zoom.
Zoom español.
Spanish Zoom.
Español.
Spanish Zoom. Primera vez.
Zoom español.
Spanish test. Spanish test. Spanish test. Yo bien. Aquí. Aquí, bien. Aquí, bien. Aquí, bien. Aquí. Aquí bien. Aquí bien. Hello.
Esta es una prueba.
This is a test. This is a test.
No.
This is a test. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. This is a test. Testing. Testing, 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 testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Spanish soon. Let's test this.
Español, son español, son español, son
Do you listen to me?
español, son español. Escuché todo. Son español, son español.
Spanish, 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 Spanish. Vos me heavy?
Español, español, son español, 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 son español, español, zoom español, español, zoom, 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 español, español, zoom, 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 español. Ah, sí, el ruso se escucha. No, solo ruso. Sí, ahí, acá, español, zoom español, zoom español, zoom español, zoom español, zoom español. Sí, zoom español, zoom español, zoom español. Zoom, ruso, acá ruso. Zoom español, 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 zoom español, zoom español. Fernando, zoom español, 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 zoom. Arnold, Arnold, eh, zoom español, 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 español, zoom español. Zoom español, 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 Hola, 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 hola. Eh, Español, 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 español. ¿Qué te escuchas? Eso. Español, 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 eso sí.
Ah, le escucho.
Oh, bueno, ok. Ya, ya. Oh, no, 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 en español, en español,
Probando, probando, uno, dos.
hablar en español, hablar.
No, no. Probando, probando, uno, dos, uno, dos. Probando, probando, uno, dos.
Inglés, 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 inglés. Ah, inglés. El de pues sí. A los tres. Escucha.
We have Stanislaw Uwiba, who will introduce the participants of this panel. And good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you for having come back. All of you who were yesterday, and here we are, almost wrapping up here our wonderful eighth International Pharmaceutical Congress. We have Christian Toledo, the head of health surveillance at the Ministry of Health. And this is Mr. Pablo Pan, the General of China Sun Pharmaceutical Corporation in Ecuador. Lucia Arizo Payon, General Manager of Ramos Laboratory. Alba Castillo, representative of the Cruz Azul distributor. Arlen Baez, the pharmaceutical distributor of Cruz Azul. Konstantin Filin, director of a pharmaceutical protection company of the Medical Biological Federal Agency, and our friend from the Institute of the the St. Petersburg Institute of Serums and Vaccines. Adesa Taraba, head of project management, also at the Asesoros company, and Jacqueline Rodriguez, manager for development of the Mechnikov Institute. So I will then begin with the opening lecture, and then we will hear from our panelists. Okay, so as the biotechnological center in Central America for all the technological aspects of the pharmaceutical technology and logistics here in the region, our country as a window or opening for partners from everywhere in the world. We've been working since the year 2015 to date, 2024 then, so it's been 9 years. This is a project with certain achievements, milestones, but hopefully we are looking at an even more important future. So I'm going to mention some of the most important points from my point of view of the development of the Mechnikov Institute from 2014, and in the decision taken by our presidents, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin and Daniel Ortega Saavedra, is the building of this new country. And starting in 2015, we have begun the construction of our plant that we inaugurated in 2016, and with that, in 2019, then commercial manufacture began, and a little bit over a month ago, on 10th April 2024, we have been 5 years of ongoing and uninterrupted commercial manufacture of medications and vaccines. So 2019, the commercial production began. The productive capacity of the multi-doses anti-influenza vaccines, so up to 60 million doses yearly, but obviously one cannot have that much production since the beginning. So we are thinking now of ways of introducing new products, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in just a little while. Starting in 2020, we are doing the pre-qualification process by the World Health Organization. There was already an inspection for good manufacturing practices in April of last year, and I think in July or August of this year, we will finally then achieve the pre-qualification on the part of the World Health Organization. And after the inspection, we're working hard. It's going to be a tough inspection when they come again, but we're ready for it. And then here, 2024, thinking about how we can improve even more. The answer, of course, is quite clear. We need to introduce new products. The development strategy is based on 3 pillars. First, to expand the uh, portfolio of health registries, and we've done quite well on this. And I will share the data with you a little bit again further on. The second is the incorporation of new products through the transfer of new technologies, and to forge new alliances to be able then to manufacture for our partners by contract. In the case of the expansion of the sanitary register, today, 2024, we have 24 registries in countries in El Salvador, Guatemala, the Dominican Republic, Cuba, and of course Nicaragua. And by the way, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We're in a process of doing so with Mexico, Peru, Bolivia, and Colombia. And so here you can see what this looks like in terms of valid medication registries that we already have or are working on. The second development pillar is new technological transfers. And here we have alliances with manufacturers from 4 countries, Russia, China, India, and Cuba, with 12 products among them. Now, Russia, the product that has already been mentioned quite a few times during this 2-day Congress is Convacel, the best vaccine in the world against COVID-19. Is based on protein N, which is very conservative. And since we're always marketing this product, it's the first pan-COVID vaccine that is effective also against all the different strains, both past and future, because it's 97% protein effective. And this product today, just 2 years ago, we finished the production of the 3rd batch of consistency. So the technological transfer has been launched, and we now have 3 consistency batches for the stability study, and we're practically done. We're almost finished with this, and it's a new product that will very soon it'll be the second product made here in Nicaragua by the Menshikov Institute. The Biofarm from India, which is doing technological transfer of insulins to us. It is in the process, and it is to be registered in Nicaragua in 2025. In 2024, we will be doing a few important modifications in our production area so as to be able to produce this insulin here, but also and it'll also be in Cuba. And then there's Secolin, which is a recombinant vaccine against the human papilloma virus. It's Chinese. And also the bivalent Tadra vaccine. And for the first time last year, it was introduced by girls from 9 to 14 years here in Nicaragua. This is an enormous step forward. You just can't evaluate the impact, but it's tremendous for these girls and, of course, future women in Nicaragua who are now vaccinated, have this vaccination against cervical uterine cancer. And like I say, produced in China, and then the 3rd phase of clinical study. And it too will be released via Menshikov in Nicaragua and covers then more than, it is preventative against more than 70% of cervical uterine cancer. So that's a major step on the part here of our government. And then there's Biocantai, which has two pneumococcal products, conjugated pneumococcal vaccine and a polysaccharide that's 23 valent. So these are classical, traditional, and of great use in many countries in the world and here in Latin America already as well. And so this project is already underway. Everything has been signed, and no modifications to our installations is necessary. So we are going to start the technical transfers later this year. In Cuba, we have the molecular institute, the different units, 2,000, 4,000, 10,000 units for eposim. These are very well known. Erythropoietin and filgrastim, very well known. And we are very pleased with this development and work that we've done with our Cuban brothers. And then here in Nicaragua, we are working with Ramos Laboratory and a transfer of technology to be able to prepare for them 10 products and the different batches of consistency for the 6 products that you see on the screen. And we hope that in the rest of 2024 and 25, these products will be made commercial. And then the first factory of biological, and so far the only one that is biologicals in Central America, the third in all of Latin America, after Brazil and Argentina. And then some achievements, more than 5 years then of ongoing manufacture. We are now a company with more than 200 workers, 224, 227, Yuri? Okay, 223. We have 3 anti-influenza vaccines, 2 that are in the pre-qualification. I think our colleague from St. Petersburg can tell us a little bit more about that. It's complicated, but we're working on it, and we know how to do it. 24 health registers, sanitary registers, 2 vaccines for emergency use here in Nicaragua, and 1 MDS. And this is a fluemitetra vaccine, which is a tetravalent anti-influenza vaccine that has been certified also in Venezuela. More than 23 million doses marketed or sold in these 5 years, and the countries are Ecuador, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Cuba, and Cuba. And as I already mentioned earlier, we are in full development of 12 new processes of technological transfers to our installations. Okay, this is the projection then for the next couple of years. We're increasing and expanding our presence, and we hope and think that the pre-qualification here can play a very important role because it opens the doors for the different bidding processes and the rotational processes between countries and so on. So we will be competing internationally, and Nicaragua, through work with this project and to install the manufacture of biologicals, can achieve the following key steps. And we know that the pandemic is still there. It's not as serious as it was, but it's still there. So the number of doses of anti-COVID vaccine is still there, and we've now so far used up more than 4 million doses here in Nicaragua, and are now preparing the next supply of 4.5 million more doses in the years 2024-25. And then the insulin, we already mentioned, no, against diabetes mellitus, and that is the cause of death throughout the region. The sixth in Nicaragua, the fourth most serious cause of death. So it's an unrecognized pandemic, because this is really worldwide, but diabetes is a worldwide problem and very serious in Nicaragua. Then we're going to continue with the transfer of this product. Just yesterday, we heard from the representative of the Inors company, Han Huang, and we are developing and working with our Chinese brothers on this. Then there is the pneumococcal vaccine, and finally erythropoietin. So all of these products have more importance, and for the national immunization programs. I thank you very kindly for your attention.
So now we'll proceed with another presentation. So we have two major presentations from Christian Toledo, going to intervene towards dengue, the impact of the illness in the Latin American region, and the importance of the development of an effective vaccine and safe vaccine as well. Good afternoon to all that are part of the panel this afternoon. Of course, to all our colleagues, national or international colleagues in our international Congress, Pharmaceutical Congress. We know at the international level that dengue fever impacts in the different ministries of health, and the actions that we are doing to face the situation that dengue states. I'd like to share some data on virus-wise and epidemiology-wise, in the sense to be clear on the situation that what dengue has been presenting in Latin America since a few years back. Really, when we see the maps of occurrence in the region, there are several countries that have presented increase of cases of dengue that really is not necessarily within the last year. It's several factors that are related to the increase of cases, and of course actions that are performed by the countries to cope all the contentions, and obviously to decrease the cases of dengue. Within the last few data that we have in the Americas, we can see that we have more than 8 million people as suspicious cases, and more than 3.7% are already been confirmed as dengue. 47% of that is being suspected in a school. Of course, an important number of cases related to severity. Data related to mortality and also lethality of this reaching important numbers. In 2023, we've seen the major report of confirmed cases, and it went out with 4.6 million cases. As we see in 2024, we have doubled the numbers related to 2023, and now we have 4 months, and we have 3 times as high rate for the exposed population. When we see population data in Latin America, we have a population of 662 million people. It's 8% of the population at a world level. We have countries like Brazil and Mexico that are important numbers of population that drag the population, and also the occurrence in these countries have been increasing, not only because of the population, but because of the cases itself. When we see the data per region, since year 2000 for 2014 the 10 years between 2004 and 2014, South America has presented the major number of cases. Not necessarily has the major population, but the most important occurrence. Also important areas like the non-Latin Caribbean and as well as the Central American ITSM, including Mexico, that has a major occurrence when we see the regions in Latin America. So the number of cases is being increasing, and we can see it in a particular way in the countries that conform the South American cone, where we have captured the majority of the cases. When we see the map, in the last few years relating severeness and lethalness, when we see the South Cone, including countries like Brazil, the severeness is related to Argentina, Chile, Brazil, and we see the lethal character of this illness is more in the South America. As well, we can observe in the map when we see the severeness between Mexico and Central America. We also have reports related to the severeness, independent of the type of dengue. We have reported important severe cases, but due to the impact of dengue here, is the tendency is important. The tendency shows that these cases that you have seen increasing in some regions in America more than others. We have seen that within the cases that have been reported, we have avoided a lot of deaths, but there are some actions of some countries in a preventive level. Others, they go into action once they have confirmed the illness. But we have been able to save a lot of people, but the transmission is still yet high, very, very high in Latin America. There are important vulnerabilities in Latin America that go associated with the increased number of cases, the growth, the population growth in the urban landscape and the growth of the urban landscape in an uncontrolled way. Some belts after COVID that migrated populations from rural areas to urban areas, not in an organized way. And of course, the necessity of water storage. And the water storage topic, it's an important phenomenon that has to do with the climate change as well, and as well as the sourcing of the countries are getting their water from, and how they store it and how they protect it so that mosquitoes do not grow in those waters. So really the management of solid waste is very important in Latin America. So the treatment for the solid waste that are collected in all the large capitals in Latin America. And I gave the population data that is important, the generation important of deposits, the water sourcing, that all those things adds to the proliferation of vectors. And we have external factors like climate change. It's an important topic in the distribution of vectors. The stations related to Aedes aegypti, that is the main factor of this dengue virus, has incremented their distribution. Their geographical distribution has colonized other areas, from urban areas to rural areas. The mosquito has disseminated their presence, and this is why the likelihood of transmitting the dengue fever into the rural areas in Latin America. Also, the ability to survive of this mosquito for a longer period of time, and as well as the other factor like the deposits of waters in their own houses in rural areas, in urban areas. Although the growth and time that we've been exposed to this. Another important data I'd like to share is that before we saw that the dengue epidemics had more time between one and other, and that time has been shortened between one period of the other. You can mention environmental factors, social factors, but mainly this distribution of the mosquito that distributes the dengue. Important phenomenons that we know in Latin America, for example, El Nino phenomenon, like the droughts, important droughts that provoke that families can store more water and have more deposit, but also La Nina phenomenon that provokes more places with water as for the reproduction of the mosquito in different places. So the safe water deposits also, but they seek for other places near urban areas. When we see the weather-like stations on the transmissivity of the dengue, it has to do with we have to consider in what moment some countries going to enter to a process of proliferation of cases of dengue. We see this stationality. We see countries that come up front to a different peak that was related to the rainy season uh, station, but in other places we have faced a dry period because of El Nino phenomenon, and other places have been shortened. And so, in some countries, we have in 8 countries we see the season in a high transmission, but it's also maintained during the year. And others that are outside of the transmission, but through, but if they're not part of their own media, normal media, they do have cases of dengue. For example, in Uruguay, we have uh, presence of dengue in Uruguay, depending on the date that it started in major cases of transmission, we have higher severity of cases related to dengue. What happens with the presence of Aedes aegypti? This mosquito that transmits dengue, the new areas of transmission, the colonization towards areas, rural areas that mosquito, we didn't find that mosquito there. Now we've seen more presence, and there are important examples. For example, you can see in the graphs Argentina and Uruguay, you can see how in different years have increased the geographical scope of the presence of the mosquito within the country. And you see not only in urban areas but also directed to different areas with transmissions. And you see the Latin American map, we see areas like Mexico, all Central America, countries like Colombia and Venezuela, Ecuador, Brazil, Argentina, that has new zones or larger zones of presence of Aedes aegypti colonized, and we see as well that this facilitates the transmission of the illness. These are clear examples on how the presence of the vector has an impact on the population, on human populations here. So the if you have more cases, there's more likelihood to have severe cases. So the cycle of life of the mosquito, of the dengue fever, the Aedes aegypti, has a cycle of life of between 10 or 12 days since the eggs goes. It enters into an aquatic phase and it enters into an adult phase. But there's also a hypothesis that is important related to this same vector that has shortened this cycle of life with all these phenomena of the climate change and the actions that are related to the population change, urban areas, the increase of population in different areas in Latin America, and as well is necessary to increase these studies to determine if the mosquito has a shorter lifespan, so there's a more likelihood to have more vectors flying around spreading the illness. A vector, if it's female or male, we will direct the actions against the female version. The strains of dengue for the development of a vaccine is a key element. So the type of dengue, in some cases, are related to the severity of the cases. In the last few years, the last countries have had circulation of type 2. We've had decades that type 2 was giving the severe cases and mortality, higher mortality cases to dengue, but we've seen now since 2023, including this year, we have a circulation of 4 types of dengue. This is a different phenomenon of another epidemiology context in years back. We see a lot of the countries reporting 4 types, and the co-circulation and thus the higher risk of epidemics. This could explain the decreasing of a different period or stationality that has been shortened between different peaks of epidemics in dengue fever. We can see some example like Guatemala has 4 types, Argentina 2 types, Mexico has presence of 3 types, Paraguay has 2 types. It has to be in count for the development of the vaccine, knowing that this will help us protect ourselves. But also, an important topic is the persons that have not had dengue before and has not created immunity related to any type, or some people that has had dengue but does not have immunity with another type that is circulating. That is important to take in count effective vaccines that allow us to control the illness. And we understand that children have more severe cases because they have not been exposed to dengue fever, and when they're exposed for the first time, they can present more severity. This is how we are in the different circulation of the types of dengue, the 4 different types of dengue circulating in Latin America. We see maybe a few that do not have the 4 types, but there's a circulation of 4 types in generalized. So the risk of the epidemics are increased, and the severity of the cases. What actions are important to recall and analyze in the context of the development of vaccines that could make an impact into the cases of dengue? We know that the actions that are done to be able to attend people that are related to epidemic peaks. They have to do with follow-up and blood tests, blood work, and follow-up with all the equipment, all those necessary details. It's important to measure them because in the end, those attentions and there are also expenses to be able to attend an epidemic level illness, plus the analysis of lethality, of mortality, and that you need to take into account in some geographical areas the important challenges that you face to this. And also the organization of health services is an important element to take into account, and the saturation of hospitals and how vaccines can help us to lower down the incidence or severe cases that can be presented with the dengue fever, but to attend epidemic breakouts with the magnitude that they come with. We've seen countries related to the attention of COVID-19 was a high priority in some of the countries, in our countries as well, but because they have given a bit more vaccination importance to COVID, and maybe other epidemic pass to a second level of priority. That created an impact. In Nicaragua, we maintained the actions directed toward COVID-19, but as well we enforced the actions against the mosquito of dengue and the transmission factors and also so that we can attend all the actions in the families. Important topics are the definitions. This has to do with the sensitivity and the specificity that is in the different cases. There are some countries that give attention in only the confirmed cases. There's from 100% of cases you confirm only 20%, you attend only that 20%, but there are some vector actions that accompany this at epidemiology level. This aspect to identify and look up cases. Not all the countries in Latin America has that same epidemiologic criteria, do not have that visualization of the risk. We do have a specificity and a sensitivity that is higher to detect cases to detect it in an early stage so that we can address this in an early moment. I would like to talk about some actions that we developed in Nicaragua to control the dengue related to the transmitting factors. This case, Aedes aegypti and its main actions to strengthen uh, our strategy with the equipment, and as a model, family model, we do this with the at a family level. Actions related to participation, social participation, community participation, people working for the Ministry of Health, and actions related to treat the vector in the aquatic phase so that we can do actions related to strengthening for the capacity of the management within the families and the people. This is directed towards the participation of the same populations that are within our communities, and the people from the Ministry of Health involving themselves directly in the actions that we do house by house.
The actions as well to eliminate the potential breeders. We know the different present one that exists in the entire country massively, and that also impacts the mosquitoes that transmit the disease, plus all the control actions that we do vector-wise, like fumigations directed to the urban side. This process is the sum of different strategies. As a country in the region of Central America, we have epidemiology, surveillance, and it's very important that allows us to detect the virus in the mosquito besides the detecting the virus in people as part of the sampling that we do, addressed to people who are suspected to have dengue with a more specificity at the level of the region. The challenge is still big. The final considerations, we're going to look at the context once you look at it. Dengue at Latin America level, the fever of dengue has increased this transmission. This is very important data to have because the severity has also increased, and the direct impact of climate change. And the year 2024 has a trend going up. The region of America is facing a greater epidemic, or greater than 2023, and other epidemic years like 2013, like 2016, 2019, which were also epidemic levels. And we're still within the region of Latin America. There are some countries who have some cases and vector control post COVID who still have not been developed. The climate change itself, economic data, and people who are susceptible who haven't had an exposition to the different types of mosquitoes related to dengue, and also the allocation of resources and the importance of having the technology like vaccination to get clean for that disease, and they take into account the region of Latin America, and that we have distribution, which is very important in the four serotypes. And we know that this is an action to have incidence on the gravity, severity, and the trend, and taking into account the outbreak that is massive in the population when we have those epidemic years, which can alter the attention of the health centers just because of the cases that can be present at the regional level. And of course, our country, the actions are done thanks to the will of our president and the vice president on developing actions of protection for the health of our country and its people. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Toledo. I feel that after this update, we've had very in-depth and very clarifying many things. People can have doubts on the preparation of a vaccine against dengue. It's a challenge that we need to face and accept, and we gotta beat in this fight. And well, it's also a moment in which we coincide with the social request of political parties that we have to carry out this project. And the biggest issue with dengue, we already have in the process of discussion in the academic area for health for over 15 years, perhaps. And we have examples very drastic of the use of the antibiotic vaccine on cirrhosis. So, in that sense, we want to ask Dr. Arakarov to tell us about the processes of the new vaccine for new vaccines for dengue in different countries of the world, or perhaps by by producer. Piper, like the big pharma, and other aspects that need to be important and we need to take into account within our process in the preparation of this product. And work that is done for the vaccine against dengue, it's a work that has been done for decades, and it's an issue that happens for, in the case of some viruses, they've been able to reach success, like yellow fever, but with dengue, we still have not reached this, and this is because we have many reasons for this, and I'll explain this a little. The first vaccine was registered in 2015, just recently, basically. Then Vaxxed, and it feels like a vaccine that has a reputation that is a bad reputation. The results of the study in Philippines on children came out with lethal results, which were related to the vaccination itself. It wasn't tested at 100%, but there was disqualified because it has a pre-qualification by the WHO and has been dosed in formats reformatted, but only used on people who have suffered dengue or a vaccine as a is not a preventive vaccine, and I would recommend it to anyone. Another one that appears recently, and it's very recent, and was pre-qualified on May 10th this year. It's a vaccine by the company Takeda, and this is a Japanese vaccine, which, like the vaccine by the prior one, was done on on the vector. And when this happens, when we talk about the dengue vaccine, we talk about it being a live vaccine. It's not like that because the live vaccine is just like polio or chickenpox or we take into and we inactivate it and we have the vaccine. But in this case, it's not the virus of dengue, but it's the yellow fever. It's the virus of dengue too, but it's a vaccine that it's combined. So we see the four serotypes, and they are within the dengue 2 virus. And it's not a vaccine that is alive like the chickenpox one. It's a vaccine from like vector vaccine, just like a Sputnik or AstraZeneca, and it's a vaccine that has shown a higher level of completion. And like this, that had 3 degrees, it has 2 doses required. And it's a vaccine that is used in Latin America and Brazil. Brazil purchases a lot, but this year Brazil fulfills certain criteria within its own vaccine, and the institute that we already know for bacteria, who has shown the success of the vaccine, of the respective vaccine, based on dengue 2, but it's also has protein, superficial protein from dengue 1, 3, and 4, and it also has an efficiency of 180 and 180 with just one immunization. This is something incredible. And just 80% for people who still have not have any episode of dengue, because then bags can be put on people who never had dengue. So that doesn't make sense. So the vaccine itself by Brazil, it's still not pre-qualified by the WHO, and still a recent study done this year, but it's fascinating. And I feel that this is a big progress, indisputable, because these vaccines nowadays that are being developed are continuing to follow the same path. Our agency and the strategic planning of it, the people who are here working with this vaccine, German Shepulic, and it's not here right now. But we have people here who prepare this vaccine, and there are people who it's a bacterial vaccine by Agora. It's a livid and it also includes the four viruses, the four serotypes, I'm sorry, for dengue. And what I want to say is that four of them will be protecting us against all types of dengue. And the nature of it is not is preparing us a surprise for us. Because some think that the virus for dengue will not change because it's going to stay the same, but it's not true. 60 years from now, we didn't have the four serotypes. We have the four types only in last year. And these four serotypes, currently, we needed to have an intermediate vector, like somebody who was bitten and they're bitten that sick people who can transmit the disease to other person. He had to bit by another animal, and then the animal would then bite another mosquito, and from there you have the four, and then you get to the humans. But the four serotypes have adapted to live amongst ourselves, just like this host that we have in the middle. He can just transmit it from one sick person to his healed to people. And in 2024, we found the five serotypes in Africa in the jungle. And this is a stereotype that little by little it's coming to our region. For the moment it's there, but it's soon to happen here. These four stereotypes are not the one, probably have five or six stereotypes. Just like in the case of the vaccine against meningitis, we have what I said, and then four stereotypes, and now we have five stereotypes. And continue talking about the vaccine, it's going to have seven, and then 13, and then 23 stereotypes.
¿Qué solución podemos ofrecer?
And what solution can we offer? The solution that we offer with Bacerla, with like the universal vaccine, is to use the protein that are very conservative because they undergo to the voting of the external protein, and this allows them to break down from the immunity. And the internal of the virus is very conservative, and it's hard to value the efficiency based on the preclinical acceptance. Then we can't have the neutralization of it. We have to wait until the third stage to see, just like we did with Basel, like my colleague will tell you later on. But and this is the focused approach that we're going to be looking at to apply with the vaccine against dengue, which is the same one with our Cuban friends did, who also using the dengue strand did the vaccine in an intermediate phase. And we know that this approach can be done in combination with other approaches that we've discussed, like German Shipulik, because we discussed this topic and he feels that we can do we can use the two proteins, one with a combined approach, and the nature and people can't. They'll bring surprise to us, and they can have one single vaccine that works forever. It's very hard to think that we're going to find something forever, and dengue is going to continue bringing surprises, and we need to be surprised for them. We need to be ready for those surprises. Uh, why is it important to have the detection, a frequent detection of the fit serotype? I'm referring to the effect of death. I mean, what effect once I found we done the product, the equivalent the product will be late and will be pretty late, and we need to restart the process. What comment do you have around it in that sense?
Delegate,
Dear colleagues, I feel that, as you'll know, the vaccines against COVID-19 were designed for the strain for the Hindu strain, and this strain has changed for others, and those vaccines have lost its efficiency, and now we're trying to do universal vaccines. And in the U.S., developed a vaccine against Omicron. But what happens with this Omicron is also going to change, or has changed 10 times at least. So as we continue to follow this existing strain, nature is going to continue building others. And in that sense, it is important to reach this situation, and we can be able to look at a universal scope approach. And this is what the World Health Organization tells us to have. We probably want to create a less efficient vaccine, but also that it needs to be universal. And that universal vaccine, like we talked about, like Brazil, can be done for the family of Vladimirs because Vladimirs includes Zika, it includes yellow fever, and it also includes other to create this universal vaccine, and I'm hoping that the concept that we have implemented with Bacell can be validated with other vaccines as well. Like we all know, in this in this panel and presentations that we have by Dr. Ramon, Dr. Shapulev, like Russia and St. Petersburg, and we are in this run race to the dengue vaccine, but the Institute vaccine is already working on something else. I want to ask Ben Satarov to tell us about the most important projects and committed projects that we have around us, and then the plans or development plans for your institutions in Latin America and the Caribbean. We, in the course of the next 3 days, we're spoken about the plans we have for the future. I feel that we can summarize this. Like my colleagues have mentioned, I can mention the most known vaccines and used, which are the vaccines for flu, for tetaprem, prevalent, for valent, and we understand that we're registering these vaccines because we have countries in other countries of Latin America and Caribbean, like the market of Nicaragua, Dominican Republic, Cuba, Guatemala, Venezuela, El Salvador, and soon we're already doing this, and we're in the process of registering. We're doing this product in Bolivia, Panama, and Costa Rica, who and another series of countries. And like Jack Stanislav has mentioned, we are close to pre-qualifying from the WHO to go over more countries in Latin America and Caribbean and other set of countries around the world and be able to do the quoting for the pandemic of health. We also offer the cell vaccine that you already know. Along the 2 days, we talked about it a lot. Cell, which is a vaccine that is registered in Russia and is used in 2022, dedicated to the people older of 18 years old. And like this, shown us in Nicaragua, we already gotten the certification for the use of this vaccine based on the emergency conditions and taking into consideration the efficient use of the vaccines in March of this year. A certificate by different people, like Venezuela, or nowadays we're looking at the transfer based on the conditioning of the control of the library, like on the Limited Institute. We're trying to see the registration of it here in Nicaragua, in Cuba, and other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. The following products that we already seen around the Congress, our center is looking at the preparation of the vaccines for pneumococcus in the market of Russia in 2026, and then we'll be registering those products in Latin America and the Caribbean. Other key element is our portfolio with our is our pride with our products is a vaccine to do the prevention of Morpheus B by hip, which is a vaccine for children of 3 months to 5 years old. In April of this year, we received the certification by the Russian Institute, and we're allowed to sell this vaccine in our markets to protect the children and then to face this disease. And then on, we're going to probably do the follow-ups of this pharmaceuticals in other countries. Thank you very much. I know that you are heading the project in the against the flu. Can you tell us some key aspects about this process? On the pre-qualification, right? Of this topic, we're going to talk a lot about for a long period of time. It's a process that is very long. We'll try to summarize this and do this as short as possible. The process of pre-qualifying is a process at the global level that confirms the quality and security of the criteria of the World Health Organization, which allows us to receive the approval of this organization, and then in this way be able to have a different series of countries who can be in the process, that the accelerated process of adapting themselves for the pre-qualification of the World Health Organization. The process of pre-qualification is a standard. They evaluate the file. Two labs evaluate the files and carry out the quality control, and they carry out the audit of the good practices of production. All of these stages prior to have already been checked by the institute in St. Petersburg and by the Institute of Farmaceutico in Nicaragua. And we today are now waiting for this resolution and approval, the positive approval of of the World Health Organization. This process is very long, it's very heavy, many challenges, many trials, but it's a joint effort by the different organizations, institutions of Russia, of Nicaragua, regulators, of but entities like from Cuba. So this allows us to be in the final run.
We now move to international cooperation. We have with us Mr. Pablo Pan he is in Ecuador, and following the directives of our good government, we are working with Chinese companies, and Pablo is a representative of the Sinopharm company, a large, real big pharma, Chinese big pharma, and in a good sense, of course. So, Pablo, I know that you are promoting and distributing chemical products, and as a biotechnological company, we are here talking then about vaccines. And for example, measles, rubella, and so on, as well as MMR. And we then talked about poliomyelitis, and and we would like to hear from you. Thank you, Mr. Stanislav. Can you hear me? Yes, you hear me well. Thank you. Although my presence here is virtual, but my heart is at the event that you preside. And Sinopharm is the largest company in China, and our commercial activities can cover the entire pharmaceutical industry. And being a state-owned company, our international mission is always to provide benefits to partner countries throughout the fringe and belt, the road and belt project, and this has contributed to the struggle of the Nicaraguan people against COVID. And due to the friendly relations between Nicaragua and China, there's many advantages in terms of trade, and so on. And the Nicaraguan market is becoming more and more important to Sinopharm with each passing day. I would also like to mention that we are greatly inspired in the success of Mechnikov. It's really inspires us because we're starting communication with our friends at Ramos, Cruz Azul, and Mechnikov regarding possible commercial and industrial cooperation between these four. And in terms of technological transparency, the marketing of products, and of creating Sinopharm, a production line in Nicaragua, or decision to change the approach of our operations to Nicaragua is becoming stronger and stronger, because we've visited twice in Nicaragua, and I hope the third will be in June. And with these visits, we can then really begin our local operations in Nicaragua this year. Thank you. Now, as you know, as long as there's political will, I'm sure it will happen. Thank you, Pang. It's always a pleasure to have you. Here we have Konstantin Filin, who represent two Russian state company, and these are two companies then that are quite very important. One more in manufacturing, others more in developing and inauguration of new products. So I would like to start with Dr. Isidin and see what products your company has that you could mention, introduce, and possibly offer for marketing in this part of the world. And if you could maybe mention some development plans outside of Russia, that would be good. No, the former Soviet republics, and tell us a little bit about what's happening in that part of the world. Dear friends, in the first place, I would like to thank all of you for your warm welcome. I also would like to thank the excellent organization of this Congress. We, for 2 days of work, are analyzing matters regarding vaccines. And truly, it is necessary and very important. But since I am the head of a scientific productive center, Farmaceutical Protection, which belongs to the Medical Biological Agency of Nicaragua. So I would like to work with the government of Nicaragua, together with the Mechnikov Institute, a pharmaceutical protection in Latin America, with very specific protected medications or that are very important in the industry, artifacts and machinery. These are as necessary as vaccines. I know we've been talking about vaccines for 2 days, but the production of these kind of machines and so on are equally important. And if you have any questions, yes, could you tell us a little bit about the use that these might have if you were to produce them or bring them to Nicaragua? One of the pharmacological products we have made that has no analog or similitudes is an antidote against intoxication with gases that may happen during fires. We produce these as injections, and then these are ready, ready to go. There is also a nuclear threat, or pharmacological products also protect against nuclear matters in both at nuclear power plants as well as in military installations. Okay, I think you have a small presentation. Good afternoon, dear friends and colleagues. For me, it is always a pleasure and honor to be here in this excellent and welcoming country, Nicaragua. What I want to show you now are some of the innovative things our agency has created. And as Stanislav already told us, unfortunately, COVID has come to stay. And the COVID pandemic became a global challenge for the world health system. And I'm very, very pleased to say we Russian scientists were able to deal with this challenge. At this Congress, we talked about how in a record time, the medical agencies in Russia dealt with it. We're talking about the Convacel is the first in the world that has as much success as indeed it does. And the BR19 is unique in the world because it's antiviral and is very, very effective based on a mechanism because of interference with DNA. It exists as a mechanism of protection in any cell, and it seeks to expel the foreign material. And this function we were using to get the coronavirus outside of the cell. So this is to be inhaled. We inhale it, attack the virus at the entry of the infection. And before, when we started fighting virus, this pharmacological product was developed in record time. In only 2 years, we were able, with our colleagues from the St. Petersburg Institute of Serums and Vaccines, went from the idea to the vial and the registration and use of this pharmacological product in practice. Our institute is the developer of this. We have a permanent registration and permit, and our colleagues in St. Petersburg and Menshnikov are our partners, and very, very reliable. This is a two-component pharmacological product. The first is the RNA, and so it goes and is aimed at the part of the gen that contains fermentation that replicates coronavirus. So we're saying we direct our molecule at that fragment because we saw that mutations in this region are not useful for the virus. We know that these viruses are constantly mutating. The most variable is Omicron, and we are looking at also other regions, and it's the part that is not changeable. Today, those of us who work with me send me a deciphered of the data from the outbreak that is coming just now, and our product is being effective. So there are two components in the product. Basically, a RNA, and when we conjugate these two components, the molecule, the protection molecule, and RNA, and when this happened, we obtained together with peptido KK46, a product that in 48 hours it can lower the efficacy of the virus by 10,000 times. So that is how it was born. Today, this has gone through all the different stages of clinical trials. Here we have the data for the second phase of the different tests that were run, and we can see it reduces the risk by 96% as far as reaching any complicated or difficult stage. And as far as death, it prevents 100% of the cases. And compared to the control group 2 days before, it cures people far earlier. So while others take 7 days to get cured from coronavirus, ours takes 5. This is in the one of the most prestigious medical journals in the world in allergies and immunology. Today, all the different stages of researches are done in the Farmaceutico, got a permanent registry, and is now included in the provisional and methodical recommendations of the Ministry of Health for therapy in coronavirus. Cases of coronavirus infection is being implemented in clinical practice, and the platform has been built that we can then operationally regulate or adjust for the use of this product to create new antiviral pharmacological products that will combat any future diseases, because what's important is to build a platform, and then because from there you can advance and create other antiviral products. And it's not only it's not just COVID. A big problem also in the world public health are allergies. And I'm sure you know this perfectly well. 30 to 70% of the population today is suffering from different types of allergies. And many of these, maybe bronchial asthma being one, there's reactions to that threaten people's well-being, some of which can be life-threatening. I would thank Sara Nagaresh. She showed me the data for Nicaragua, and there is allergy to pollen, allergy to dust, to domestic animals such as cats. In Russia, the situation is a little bit different, or we have a different climate, of course. So we did the molecular tests and trials, and it is basically birch that causes this mostly, birch pollen. So and there's birches all over the place in Russia, and the birch allergen is very, very powerful. It can fly long distances, and it goes into the lower parts of the respiratory system and can cause infections all the way to a lethal outcome. So it's quite dangerous. And then, of course, foods that are allergens, among them apples, different types of nuts, celery, and the molecular structure of these are very similar, actually, to birch. So the main thing that exists in our region and stimulates development of food-related allergies makes it necessary to solve this problem. So we were tasked with creating, for the first time in the world, an recombinant anti-allergic vaccine. It's very and the president of Russia, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, charged the ministry with creating these vaccines, with genetic engineering. Today, there are vaccines that contain the different extracts of allergenic products, and they're dangerous, as you can no doubt understand. They contain the elements. So, based on these observations, we see these serious reactions. So we decided to completely change our construction. We chose the two of the most important, apple and birch, put them together in a single engineering construction, and that means we had to ensure that it was safe, no dangerous controls, allergenic reactions. We demonstrated that it is active, specifically produces antibodies, and blocks the different ways in which the antibodies react inside the bodies of people, and the combination of how bodies react to the allergen. So this basically was a situation in about 75% of the cases, and we have been able to demonstrate in apple, birch, peanuts, soy, beans, and the basically preclinical trials for this vaccine is finished. It's the first and only engineering-based anti-allergy vaccine. It's safe, effective, and these data are published in the journal Allergy, which is the most prestigious journal on allergy, and we are now ready to start our clinical trials with this vaccine, and I think that we will start in October. I would like to highlight once more, we created not just the vaccine, but the platform. So this approach can afterwards be used for work with other allergens and allergenic elements that require treatment. At our Federal Medical Agency in Russia, this approach was then created. Two approaches. One that allows to combat respiratory difficulties, and the other is the platform itself to create recombinant vaccines. Thank you very much for your attention.
According to what I understand, the allergy vaccines, I'm sorry. According to what I understand, this platform for the allergic vaccine, it's flexible and adaptable. If it's like this, my question is what studies should we perform in Nicaragua to determine the allergenic agents that are most irrelevant? Some data we already have. Dr. Saranagaresh showed it to me, and I told them that the most active here is the domestic dust, the pollen, we need to do the study of the population, applying the diagnostic methods, and to try to detect the allergenic agents that are most relevant and start to create the resource against those. We are working since a long time ago with Ramos laboratories here in Nicaragua. We have different products for production in Meshnikov. We have liquid products, um, injectable ones. We have more than 10 products here in development in our um, file. So what other vectors, additional vectors on Meshnikov lab do you consider that could be an obstacles? And if you can mention any other products, for example, Argentinian, or Russian, or from the India, how do you see the future Ramos laboratory development? Morning. Who does Ramos laboratory was a very benefited that Meshnika has taken us into account for the uh, filling of injectable products in presentation of multi doses. For us, it was an achievement because our personnel was able to acquire knowledge in these topics that we did not manage before, and with this we're going to be able to offer our population a large scope of products that they can have access to. For us, it's important to continue with this cooperation to reinforce topics such as the sanitary regulations. We are regulated and we meet the Central American technical regulation, but it's important to reinforce the new requirement, the new sanitary requirement for the WHO and the level 4 regulatory institutions in Latin America. This with the objective that Ramos Laboratory can be prepared for future changes. Also important to exchange experience in best practices and related to quality control. This with the objective to increase the technical and scientific knowledge of our staff. As a product of interest for Ramos Laboratory, it would be interesting the development topic, development and research of biological products, for example, insulin. Obstacles, I don't see any obstacles. We have been working for years with Meshnikov and we have advanced greatly. Thank you very much. We are here having representative from distributed Blue Cross, our distributor since the beginning. Since 2016, we have been working with the influenza vaccine before that the fabrication was launched here in Nicaragua. So obviously, with all the products mentioned in my presentation, we are working with distributor Blue Cross. My question is, what perspective do you see in those products, the vaccines for pneumococcus and the vaccine with a cell and insulins? And the other question is if Cruz Azul distributors has something plans to develop outside of Nicaragua in the Central American region. What do you respond to that? Good afternoon. Thank you very much because you have invited me to participate with distinguished panelists here, and I would like to determine that some points on this CASA or distributor Blue Cross. Before reaching the question, just to frame what's happening on the importance of this perspective. We have a lot of experience in the purchasing and distribution of medicine from national laboratories and also international laboratories. We have a large portfolio of medical products, including biological products and vaccines. We attend a specialized program from the National Security Institute, like the oncological uh, programs and rheumatoid programs and uh, the kidney programs as well. We have a logistical route that allows us to meet all the demands of our clients at a national level, and we meet with the best practices for storage, transport, and distributions. Those are norms that are established from the regulating body, the Ministry of Health. Based on this, I'd like to say that since 2014, we are working with Meshnikov. We are allies, and we are very happy to be so. We have acquired through this collaboration, through this society, more than 5 million vaccines against the flu. This is a great success, a great goal. The immunization, we understand, is a great pillar for health. It's a primary attention in health. That's why us, through this CASA and our society partnership with Meshnikov, we are very contributing to the health of our country. This is why we are very happy about this. Uh, and through to 2023, we are acquiring vaccines, high impact vaccines like VPH, human papillomavirus, and also Bacell. Having the human papillomavirus vaccine in Nicaragua is a high impact vaccine. We are um, avoiding that our girls in the future can have a cervix cancer, uterus cervix cancer. We have acquired 1 million doses, and through 2023, we are acquired 4,800,000 doses from Convacel, and we are in the project of acquiring 4,500,000 units more. This is a large challenge, and we are very happy to face this challenge. And this is why I want to say that this CASA is a strong company that has the conditions to increase and to grow within more vaccines that Meshnikov can offer through their allies in Russia, and also new medicine. In this case, we talked about insulin, erythropoietin. This is a high consumption medicine in Nicaragua. We understand that diabetes is an information that affects a lot of patients. It's a problem of a public health problem, and we distribute currently insulin and erythropoietin that is fundamental for these patients that require kidney substitute therapy because they are constantly with anemia. That's why the acquisition of new products from Meshnikov would be very happy to increase our scope in this sense and to strengthen our commercial alliance. That's why we are sure that we can bring new products, and we are prepared for that. We have the physical conditions, our human resources, and our human resources are highly trained and with the experience to grow in those new products. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sometimes we forget all the objectives we have attained, all our goals that we have attained over the years. My question here is from the regulatory body, since you are involved in the sanitary register of all products and the continuous update on different levels of these files. So one specific file of biological products, you can have 5,000 pages or more. This is an important increase on files for chemical products like 200 pages, for example. What can you mention about this in your work related to challenges, difficulties in the case of these biological products? Good afternoon. Thank you to Meshnikov Institute for the invitation. The area of registry, as Stanislaus talking about, the files are very, very large files. We've never had a vaccine file under 8,000 pages. Challenges we face with biologicals, well, we don't think there's any. I think that with the vaccine products that we have registered 9 vaccines now, like BIF North, BIF South, we have affluent North and affluent South, and we have affluent Tetra and monodose and multi-dose North and South. We have 9 registers. We are in the process of acquiring 2 more. Challenges, well, to complete the files for insulin, perhaps. And I don't see it as difficult because we have prepared for vaccines. That means we are prepared for those other products. Thank you very much. Okay, Jacqueline, just a summary question. Taking account all that we have discussed, products, countries, markets, registers, can you give us a vision of which markets do you consider the most promising for us on the side of Nicaragua, not including Nicaragua, and what obstacles do we have taking into account that now we will get the pre-qualification that this can help us a lot? Good afternoon. In this sense, we need to talk of about different elements. Important element is that, as we have stated in this Congress and other scenarios, the necessary relation that needs to happen and communication that needs to happen between the regulatory body and the manufacturers. Some important aspect is the communication that needs to happen between the national health system and governments and organizations that support the development of products, because logically the resources that have all the development of the products that we have presented here are not unlimited. That's why taking into account the products that are required for the national development, because specifically their health systems know what are their challenges within the populations. That's why they're able to request the suppliers and the manufacturers in this case to be able to focus in one specific product to be able to master those specific products. On the market point of view, Meshnikov as a manufacturer in a position that is very with advantage in the Central American region. This is a region that we need to exploit and need to work. We have mechanisms with different potentials and with the system, the regional regulatory system of Central America, and also we can work with other countries, as you stated. We've been working with the obtention of registers, but with fundamental potential in countries like Venezuela, with populations that are very large. Mexico, also a large population, with the characteristic that they have acquisition procurement systems that are centralized within the systems of health. They do have other decentralized mechanisms that allow the acquisition and procurement. Mexico, for example, a country with more than 100 million people, and normally acquires in 1 year around 34 million doses, specifically on anti-flu vaccines. That's the leading product from Meshnikov up to now. As you stated in the presentation, in the world we have 31 manufacturers of anti-flu.
manufacturers that are located in 40 different production sites in the world, but they are in 18 countries only. And in those 18 countries, the 80% of those is concentrated in high income countries that are not located in the Central American regions. Basically, in Central American region, we have the Butantan Institute that are only distributed and prepared in Brazil. Thus, they have small contributions in other places. The production in final step that is done in Argentina through Synergio that are specific production for Argentina, and of course Mexico. That's why we have an open possibility to introduce our products to population in all the regions in Latin America. And a third element is that if we determine our national systems and organizations like PAHO and the rotatory points, what are the necessities and what are the claims, with an emphasis after the pandemic with the necessity of increasing the local population, the experience that we gained with the pandemic, the lack of supply of essential medicine, vaccine, and also other products. We should have a commitment to work with production, local production, the procurement of products that are produced within the region, because it's not less true that the majority of the products that are coming to the region, they come from the exterior, come from far, but they're like our flu vaccines that are in the region, but they need to pass through different mechanisms like the rotary funds and requisites that can be used. And obviously, once the vaccines are pre-qualified, is that another disadvantage that a lot of the countries they acquire these products through the Rotary Fund, the vaccines through the Rotary Funds. Once the vaccines are pre-qualified, they can pass to a part of products that are pre-qualified through the WHO to these organisms to do the procurement through this Rotary Fund. So it opens up the possibilities that are larger for all the countries involved.
Thank you very much. So I think with that, we conclude our panel, unless any more questions among the panelists. Good afternoon. I think today was very interesting, everything we heard, more so actually than yesterday, but I do have I have a couple of questions for the general manager of the Mechnikov Institute, for Stanislav. He was talking about how this year the Nicaragua received 4 million Covaxel vaccines, but I would like you to explain what happened with these, how many people were vaccinated, what percentage of the population happened, was there massive vaccination in February or March for COVID? Because after that I never heard any more about it, and people should be informed, because we don't know the percentage of people have been vaccinated, how many people have fallen ill with COVID in Nicaragua. And then the other question for Dr. Christian Toledo, the Director of Health Surveillance. And yesterday it drew my attention, the doctor who talked about disease X. And disease X, I understood, is different for different regions and countries in the world. We talked about how in Europe we're not going to get dengue, whereas in Latin America the doctor was saying that the cases have indeed increased throughout Latin America. We have something like 5 serotypes, and in these past 4 months, despite all of the surveillance at the Ministry of Health and hospitals, we have now doubled the number of cases. So, is fumigation working? Is the going home to home, door to door working? Or do we need to, find other ways to explain to people what the effect is in our country? Because it really, last year there was something like 3 million, and now 4 months later we're having a double. So what strategies are there in place? And of course we're talking here about, we haven't even gotten into the rainy season yet, and it could triple or quadruply. And my third question for Dr. Musa, the Istov, he talked about vaccines. It's very important because here disease X, there are allergies in Europe, like in Nicaragua, pollen, dust, and so on. But right now there is a vaccine, and he was explaining, to be applied. And does the center have any expert on specific to allergies to talk about the different types? Because he talked also about food allergy and foods that cause allergy, and of course the dust that and so on, that affects the upper respiratory system. And there's one that's, I think, in the second phase. Is it going to help all types of allergy? And also, of course, mites.
The doctor was very active these surveys with her questions, perhaps not to explain clearly what it's about. The Social Security Institute is the owner of the laboratory and is a partner for Mexico, meaning that the vaccines that we brought that has been active with her questions. But I wanted to make you clear, does it work? Ample. Wait. For the 2 days, and they want to something that have not been understood. Just like the census in the communities. So the magnitude with the purchases that we made are divided within the companies on Social Security. And of course, for specific parts that we're talking about, the doctor was talking about the 5 million that purchased for the Ministry of Health. We already been applied last year. Doesn't mean that we need to explain why, because the Dr. Toledo and the authority by the Ministry of Health have informed all the population of the vaccines that were applied last year, and we're going to be applying this time. We are not keeping vaccines. There's a sole distributor that does its role of supporting the Ministry of Health in that purchase. And this year we're purchasing 4.5 million, and then we talk about another 0.5 million more. So, doctor, be clear that what we're doing is working together as a health system or the Ministry of Health to support the Ministry of Health. And the distributors are not private distributors. looking to get some money earnings. We are social security distributors trying to ensure the health of the population. And like Dr. Ramos is a lab that makes essential medicines to ensure that there's cheap products in the Ministry of Health, in the Social Security, and in the pharmacies and the private pharmacies. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Margarita Sanchez. Thank you very much for all the presenters. I just wanted to add that the vaccination campaign that we developed for COVID, the vaccination that we done for COVID-19 from 2021 allows us to have the best coverage at the level of the region, Latin America region, Central America region. We're the first country in Central America. We have vaccination schemes that complete because they're available in our health communities, which include private professional clinics and the vaccination campaign. We continue to develop it. We do with the Vaseli ones, which are available in all the country. And it's due to this that we're supporting the vaccination process with more doses to continue protecting the community of the population 18 and older. And we continue to strengthen the vaccination campaign scheme against COVID, and we have stayed with that additional dose to have them available within the entire year and reach all the population. The other thing with dengue that we have to measure within my presentation, and I talked about it, is the definition in our country, which allows us to broaden the research of cases related to dengue. In difference with other countries in Central America, our actions are preventive. Our preventive actions allow us to be with 100 suspicious cases addressed to making actions that we call focus groups. And in 2024, we have developed the sweeping, complete integral sweeping, and the action within this campaign in the far phase, searching for more people who can be suspicious to talk about the health centers in the neighborhoods and then the fumigation campaigns that we continue having permanently in the urban to control mosquitoes, which will allow us to continue doing them to control the epidemiologies that happen around the country. Before we have severe cases and supplement them with the judicial signs. Thank you.
Sí, muy bien.
Answering to that third question, creating one vaccine of all the different types of allergies is impossible because there are way too many allergies in the world. They're too diverse. That's why we talk about creating a platform and we find which ones are the most important creating allergies in Russia. And Russia, it's a dirty dust, and we found the elements, the elements that are the most important ones in apples,
Veamos.
and we create a vaccine combined to prevent not only allergies to the birch pollen, but also against apples, soy,
And,
and some others.
yes.
Just saying, this is a platform, right? If we find other types of allergens, which is dominant in some cases, like Nicaragua, for example, we'll find that is the main epitome of these allergics, and then we'll add an element to it within the platform to then create the more sufficient vaccine. what is the impact in Nicaragua in this moment, and how do we think that it will develop the impact of a vaccine against dengue? Can we? When do you think we can start fabricating it? We currently know that dengue in the country, it's in the circulation in the mosquito. And the epidemiology surveys that we've done allow us to first and foremost show what is the houses in the infestation in the houses and develop actions based on that. I'm talking about the epidemiology survey because it will give me data and the epidemiology in terms of control what the action what the disease gives us, and we will continue to develop as a country weekly. We do verification campaigns to know the topic about outbreaks, and then basal indexes to know the difference based on the 100% of the neighborhoods in the communities that we have identified with the presence of, and our suspicion has remained pretty high to continue looking for people, and this part won't allow us to have control actions in the neighborhoods where there can be other cases. Especially these actions will allow us to detect it and then do regular actions in our units, in our health units. And then the assessment of epistemologies that we do in the health centers, we can do different symptoms related to dengue, which allow us to have some signals of alarm, and we can have other diagnostic tests available in all the health centers to do an assessment that is right on time and proper on the situation and avoid the cases that can happen in different places. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Yoconda Gutierrez May. My question addressed to Dr. Alba Castillo. Can you share with us how how you prepare at home the delivery of medications throughout the country? Thank you, Doctor. Very interesting question because this allows me to continue expressing the strength of Digicasa. We have a logistic that is very well developed. We have 3 storages, 3 cold rooms, 3 rooms with control about weather, climate. So we can handle the weather between 15 degrees and 30 degrees. And we also, in the 3 storages, have 2 cold rooms with temperatures to go from 2 to 8 degrees. And why do I mention this? Because we also are trying to see within the medicine that we have, those that require a logistic chain, and our staff is properly trained, prepared, on the experience known needed to do this example. So we're talking about the preparation within our storages through the delivery to the final customer. We've also, when we're going to deliver these products, we have vehicles that are controlled with the weather, and the logistic is controlled. The cataloger, it's it's done with it so that delivery can be done in the proper norms based on that input. So we're talking about a logistic product. If we're talking about a vaccine or some specific vaccine based on the temperature, keeping it between those 2 and 8 degrees. We also have within our storages a large system that is automated, which sends us messages every 5 minutes, and there, if they are lower or if they increase between the 2 and 8 degrees, they will send us a message of alert to different members of the team, of the quality team, and for the pharmaceutical surveillance, and they will take the necessary measures. We are a company that is really fulfilling their regulations, and because of the authorities they have in the area, and you are within the whole health system, quality health system, and pharmaceutical surveillance in all the throughout the whole chain of supply. So please be sure that we are fulfilling all the standards based on the challenge given to you in the storage of all these products. Therefore, we are very prepared to receive these products, new products, biological products, and other types of products which can be able to supply the demands in the country. And like I mentioned before, they can give us a lot of serving the Nicaraguan population, something that provides us a lot of joy. And this has a quality, the preparation. We have educational plan, a continuous education plan. We have procedures installed, who are already standardized. We're reviewing constantly based over this. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any more questions? Alrighty. Well, in that case, we'll be finishing, and we'll proceed to delivery of the diplomas for all the panelists of this last conference.
Colleagues, in about 5 or 10 minutes, we will proceed with the uh, closure of the event. Please be seated. We will proceed with the end words for closure. And good afternoon, participants. Framework of the cooperation program between Russia and Nicaragua was taking place the 8th International Pharmaceutical Congress with the topic of evolution of the productive capacity to foment the local production to improve global health. The main objective was to establish this place to do an experience exchange, technology, and also between scientific scholars and institutions from different countries. To conclude this event, we will have the intervention from Mr. Roberto Lopez Gomez, the president of the Institute of National Security, INS, of Social Security, INS. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to congratulate all the panelists for the excellent presentations that have performed during these 2 days. I think we all learned new things and reinforced the knowledge that we already had. It is important to acknowledge that this project started about 15 years ago. The idea was for about 15 years ago in year 2009 when we faced to a first emergency, international health emergency, that was the epidemic of influenza. Bird influenza that appeared in Mexico. What happened when this epidemic came across? Thank to God, this was not declared a pandemic. So after a few days, there was the emergency declared in Mexico. All the countries that were producers of vaccine for influenza prohibited the export of a vaccine. They closed. Brazil, Argentina, and others in all the countries in Europe were closed for the export of vaccination, leaving the underdeveloped countries exposed to the possible pandemic. And a lot of the countries that were producers of antiviral medicine prohibited their export. And then the price of the antiviral and antibiotics and other products related to the potential pandemic increased in a very harsh and immediate way in all the world. This was some sort of announcement of what would happen later on in 2020 with the coronavirus pandemic. What happened in 2020? The same thing. The increase of price of vaccine, increase in price of materials, and the countries closed their borders for transportation, and the medicine did not came to our countries that are underdeveloped countries, and we had borders closed to the exit of vaccinations, to the export of vaccinations. Once the European and the United States could source to them, and after that they started um, selling. Only Russia and China's solidarity was different to the um, behavior of imperialist countries that closed their own vaccines, that guaranteed the vaccines only for them, but for the rest of the world were blocked. So the underdeveloped countries were had less access to the vaccines fabricated by the United States and Europe. Going back to 2009, this first epidemic in influenza confirmed what we knew from before, that all the countries in the world, particularly the underdeveloped, need to have capacity to produce locally medicine, particularly specifically for epidemics. In that context, it was that Commandant Daniel decided that Nicaragua started the build of the vaccination plant with our brothers from Russia. Right now, our plant has the capacity to produce more than 10 times the necessities of Nicaragua. In one pandemic, Nicaragua can source 50 million doses that could cover all Central America and Caribbean. Our plant is designed with a solidarity vocation towards our brothers in Central America and Caribbean and all the Americas. Today, Mexico is a reality, and all the work from all the institution means that is, and with the uh, federal agency, biological federal agency, as we've seen, has allowed this to working towards the production of vaccination and the regulatory process and the formation of human resources that we have seen in the presentation of our panelists. Our project, the project of the Mexico Institute, shows how two brother countries can jump in quality in the scientific development and technological development to benefit all our people. And now we are left advancing more. I'd like to thank all you for your presence, and would like to invite you for the next year to our ninth Congress. Thank you very much.
A continuación es necesario que
Next, we will hear the words from Konstantin Tokachalov, the director of the Institute of the Serum and Vaccines of St. Petersburg, Russia.
Dear colleagues, in the name of the Institute of Serums and Vaccines of St. Petersburg, I want to thank you all, the participants of this Congress. I was won a Congress like this before. So this Congress today, or the topics that we'll discuss, are fascinating because of the level and the quality of the material. And within the framework of the Congress we celebrated, we discussed topics that talk about the trends of the development of the cooperation between Russia and Nicaragua. And the name of the Institute of Serums and Vaccines of St. Petersburg, I am committed to come back to St. Petersburg, to go back to St. Petersburg and build more of the tasks that we have committed throughout the Congress. And we're gonna create the trends and do make possible that the fulfillment of this cooperation objectives are fulfilled between both countries in a fast way. I want to thank the perfect organization of the Congress and the support of the cooperation of the Nicaragua. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank especially the General Director of the Mexican Institute, the organization of the Congress of a high level. Thank you all, and I hope to be able to have this fruitful cooperation in the future. To end to end this closure act, we're gonna listen to the words of Carlos Riva, the general manager of the Institute of Mexico. Good afternoon once again, my peers, friends, dear colleagues. I feel that the level that we've reached through this event is very high. I think that we are working and we're doing a lot of experience in terms of this type of event since 2014 now. So 10 years in. But the thing that's most important is the listeners, our audience. And I feel the sessions of Q&As that we had in our last session corroborated this. 10 years ago in 2014, the Mechnikov Institute was created with the same idea in its base. That only the localization of the productive capacity could contribute to strengthen to prepare the pandemic for the pandemic 10 years ago. We took, well, in October of last year, we were participating within a forum of WFPF, Global Forum on Local Production. And this forum, it's like a response to the pandemic. It took 10 years to, as an international community, to convince ourselves that, that this is the last tool, efficient tool, the only efficient measure to face the diseases, to fight the diseases of different origins, or different natures, and this is by locating the productive local way. And this allows us to have a scope of our governments, which has is one of many or very visionary one. It is an approach that is completely humanitarian, and I feel that this oil is the oil that we need and gives us the possibility to develop ourselves. This is an event I feel it's it has a five process tool, so we can synchronize and work together in the same objectives, the same tasks, the same vision for the future. And then at the end, I feel that I want to share with you my personal perception. Because after the inauguration of the plant of the commercial production 5 years ago in April 2019, I was very upset when someone said Masonic project because I was like, no, it's not a project. It was done. We are the Masonic Institute. We are an entity. We are an operating entity. We're not just a project. And now I can say that my perception got changed again, and it becomes a Masonic project again, because the task that we have for our future is bigger than what we have accomplished so far. Thank you very much, and let's continue going forward, and we'll be winners.
Thank you very much. We thank our participation of our panelists, distinguished participants that participated in this eighth Congress. I would like to invite you to our coffee break. Good afternoon. May God bless you.